I'm gonna run and grab water real quick, Peter.
Katie, you all set to record?
Sorry, I couldn't find my bearings. Yes, I'm all set to record.
Walking
Recording
around
in progress.
Effect on you, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. Good evening. This is Peter Bosserman. I chair the Branford Inland Wetland and Watercourses Commission. It is 7 o'clock on April 11th, 2024. We are in a regularly scheduled meeting of the Inland Wetland Commission. We are conducting that meeting under Public Act 22-3. It's a Zoom meeting. Please mute your device when not speaking to help with background noise, and use the raise your hand feature when you'd like to speak, and we'll certainly recognize you at that point in time. BCTV is also recording this evening. We thank them for that community service. I'll do a roll call at this point. Commissioner Boda?
Commissioner Boda, present.
Commissioner Goklowski?
Commissioner Goklowski, present.
Commissioner Armrod?
Commissioner Armrod, present.
Commissioner Papantonis?
Commissioner Papantonis, present.
And Commissioner Begeman?
Commissioner Begeman, present.
And Commissioner Fernaro?
Commissioner Fernaro, present.
And let's see, the zoning enforcement officer?
Inland Wetland Enforcement Officer Jamie Frederick, present.
And Inland Wetland Associate?
Inland Wetland Associate Katie Blanchett, present.
Okay. Everyone, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, everyone is seated this evening. The commissioners participate in the discussion and votes. First up on the agenda, the minutes of approval from March 28th, a regular scheduled meeting. By the way, the agenda we're using this evening is one that was revised yesterday, 4/10. It's on the town website as well. And the Dropbox contains the material for this evening's meeting. We have a motion to approve those minutes for approval for March 28th.
Commissioner Goklowski, I move that we approve the minutes from the March 28th meeting.
Is somebody willing to second that? I guess I'll second those.
It looked like Melissa was trying to speak, but I don't think anything came out. Like we didn't hear her.
Okay, well.
I was trying to second it.
Okay,
there we go. Any further discussion?
This is Commissioner Begeman. I just have a couple things. Katie, I know it's really hard to summarize all that hearing stuff. Couple things. I didn't know if Suzanne was on the whole time and if that's noted somewhere, Commissioner Boda. Was,
Yeah, she
Um,
actually left early and I meant to change that and like to add that in and I forgot. So I will definitely go back and add that.
okay. Great. And then on page 2, when I was reading through, it just struck me, Raphael Ashatino says it indicated that pictures show that it was trap rock behind the ledge and the function of trap rock, etc. And I don't think that's what he said. I went back and listened. It wasn't, he said that Preddy had said that it was, the crushed trap rock, like gravel behind the wall, not behind the ledge. So I don't know how important that detail is, but trap rock I think of as an existing, like a trap rock and ledge or something, is it trap rock ledge or is it granite ledge, etc. So that, I think what he was saying was that
I'll clarify the wording on that.
Okay. Those are the 2 things I noticed.
So with that in mind, does Goklowski want to withdraw the motion and we can table this to the next meeting?
Commissioner Goklowski, at this point, I withdraw the motion to approve the minutes and we'll table it to the next meeting.
Okay. We have 2 applications for review in the wetland 240202, 1 to 17 Beacon Hill Road and Beacon Hill Road, formerly part of property known as 83 Rose Hill Road, for a new active adult residential community. Jamie, this is Peter Bassman. Jamie, do we have new information since the last meeting regarding 240202?
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, I don't believe so. So at the last meeting, the commission was discussing whether to hold a public hearing and whether a peer review was appropriate for the review of the application. The commission determined to start with a site walk, which we just got back from, a majority of us. So again, just to reiterate, if the commission is going to have a public hearing, review of the application itself should be by and large within that public hearing. But any questions the commission has to, make decisions on the review process that's appropriate for this application certainly should be asked. The commission would have to open so if the commission wanted to have a public hearing at a regularly scheduled meeting, the public hearing would have to be open May 9th, basically, at the latest meeting. And any meetings before that would be too short for us to get the notice in the paper.
This is Commissioner Bassman. Isn't the issue also if we needed additional peer review, the process for that, will that still allow us to complete that process by the May 9th date, or does that push out the May 9th date?
Yeah, so the commission may want to consider requesting an extension of time to open the public hearing if the commission determines a peer review is appropriate. I was kind of penciling out what I thought might be an appropriate timeline should the commission decide a peer review is needed. So basically, ideally at this meeting, the commission would decide what that peer review is. So, any information you need from the applicant to determine that you should ask for. And then selection could be made at the May 9th meeting. I think the April 25th meeting would be too soon to get responses and allow staff to distribute it. And then the peer reviewers would need time to review it. I think a reasonable deadline would perhaps be May 30th, which would give the applicant almost a week with the review prior to the week deadline for submitting things prior to public hearing meetings, and opening the public hearing June 13th. Alternatively, the public hearing could be open before the peer review is received, but it kind of makes the timeline awkward, and then the commission is going to be having to ask for an extension during the public hearing timeframe. So
This is Commissioner Papantonis. I thought we pretty much decided that we wanted a peer review, but we were not sure what peers we wanted to review.
I think that that's the way the commission was leaning, but it was pretty late the last time this was being discussed, so I also kind of got the feeling that commissioners were not sure.
This Commissioner Bassman, for one, more leaning that way after the site walk, given the size of the project, the movement of material on site, the water that is very visible, the water course that's there. I think we need help. One man's opinion.
This is Commissioner Begeman. I agree regarding needing a peer review.
This is Commissioner Papantonis, I agree, we need a peer review.
Commissioner Goklowski, after walking the site this evening, I definitely think we need a peer review because there's a few unanswered questions. But I think the peer review would probably assist us in making the decision.
And from a community standpoint, the application, touches, abuts a number of properties. And I think it would be in the community's interest to share the information with the public through the public hearing process. Does any commissioner feel that we have the capability without a third party? Okay. Do we need a formal vote on that, or Jamie, or is this sounds pretty much like we already leaned the way we're going here?
I'm not sure that you need a formal vote. I think if you were to do it, you should do it after you figure out what professionals you want to hire. So we do have a kind of draft checklist to kind of highlight some of the things that the commission typically asks for or sometimes asks for. So I can screen share that if the commission thinks it would be helpful to kind of start the discussion.
This is Commissioner Bassman. Jamie, you talked about selecting the third party. It's my understanding you have a list of firms that engage in peer reviews. Do we normally decide how many we want to send the material to, or do we wait until we look at the extent of what we're asking before we make that decision?
I think you first need to identify who you want to send it to, like the type of parties you want to send it to. So usually soil scientists and engineer are the two parties the commission is looking at. Sometimes, commission decides only one's necessary. Oftentimes the commission decides both are. So a little bit different from previous experiences. I now have access to a on-call list for different firms, and it identifies different things that those firms offer for services. So I would recommend the commission use that list to, by and large, govern who the commission is sending it out to, and send it out to the parties that are appropriate from that list. And then if there's any other parties that commissioners think should be included, we can look to include them. But I think it's a good resource to have. The list basically requires that a response be provided. I mean, the response might be that they're not available, but they have to provide a response. And the last time we had a peer review, we only got one response. So I think sending it out to as many people as possible is beneficial.
This is Commissioner Bassman. Jamie, for instance, regarding the engineering aspect, how many are on that list?
1 minute. I sent the list to the applicant, but it looks like I didn't put it in the Dropbox. So let me just pull that up real quick.
This is Commissioner Boda. I think as Jamie's pulling up that list, I think starting with identifying the components that we need peer reviewed And Jamie said that she has a list. I also jotted down a list as the intro was happening. But I think that will help us figure out who this is because we're just going to blast out an RFP with what we're looking for, and then people are going to respond or not. And so who might or might not be available, I think isn't so much in our control, but we can certainly start to identify what is it that we want peer reviewed. And I think the other thing is that I don't know if we want to do this after, we can do it now and get it out of the way, but this certainly seems like it needs to be a public hearing, and I don't know if that it also needs to be, I believe it needs to be made a motion and the why.
Yeah.
So
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. The public hearing should be a motion, and the why could be relevant in the sense that if the commission determines that there may be significant activity or significant impact, then there's a bit of a different criteria for the review process. And I do think it might be kind of something that the commission wants to discuss in tangent, because you're going to want to know what the public hearing date is as part of the RFP, because you're going to want the peer reviewer to attend the public hearing.
So are we at a point where we don't care who's on the list at this point, and we really need to identify the specifics of what the request is going to be?
Yeah, and I don't know, like I said, you're going to want to know when the public hearing is, so I don't know if you want to talk with the applicant a bit about timeline. And you know, I mentioned some dates earlier, you know, for the ideal timeline for having the peer review available at the start of the public hearing, the commission would need an extension of time to open the public hearing. So I don't know if you want to see if the applicant would be willing to do that, or if you need to look at potentially alternative timeframes.
I mean, this Commissioner Papantonis, I'm a little confused because I thought you were going to show us your list so that we had an idea of the kinds of things we could ask for. This is my first experience with a peer review in the couple years I've been on this commission. So
Sure. Okay, we can start with that and then bounce back to specifics.
this is Commissioner Boda. So as Jamie's pulling that up, it's really the technical stuff that as lay people, even if we have knowledge about some of these topics, unless you have a degree, you can't really disagree with an expert. And so anything like hydrology, the mitigation plan, short and long-term impact, the alternative analysis, sediment and erosion control, the stormwater management plan, all of that stuff that is really technical, we can be part of the peer review.
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. So yeah, the peer review would fall under section 19.5D, extra assessments, in the event that additional expenses, including but not limited to the hiring of outside consultants, experts, or legal advisors, are incurred in processing of applications or for ensuring compliance. The applicant, permittee, or violator, an additional fee may be assessed to cover said costs. Any unused portions of the funds will be returned no later than 45 days after completion of the technical review. Receipt of the final bill for the technical review shall be deemed completion of the technical review. So essentially, the commission has to make their decision based off of expert testimony, and this provides an expert review of the application so that the commission can be more confident in all of the things that they're concerned about are being looked at and addressed, and to just make sure that, you know, the public's best interest is also, you know, all things are considered from an outside standpoint. So like I said before, usually an engineer and a soil scientist are the two professionals the commissioner are debating hiring. The things that are typical to be requested of either or both is a site visit, so that way, they're familiar firsthand with the site. And then relative to impacts to wetlands or watercourses, review the following: direct impacts, stormwater management design, hydrological connections to wetlands, alteration of flow volume, frequency and water quality, review of sediment and erosion control measures, review of proposed wetland mitigation and creation, review of prudent and feasible alternatives offered by the applicant, and additional considerations the commission should assess if applicable, attendance at one or more commission meetings for presentation and follow-up discussion. And then I had jotted down a couple of other things. Assessment that wetland delineation appears to be substantially correct. I had jotted that down because I believe the wetland delineation is about 15 years old. I believe that the soil scientist for the applicant has made that assessment in his report. But it's an appropriate thing if the commission's going to be hiring a peer review to consider having looked at. And a follow-up review of applicant response to peer review comments. And then we also typically will identify materials to be reviewed. I'll just note, I don't believe we have a project narrative at this time. I would also include under other, the wetland assessment by REMA dated February 19th, 2024. That's where all of the wetland information and creation information is. I'll also jump back up to the top where it says assessment of or review of prudent and feasible alternatives. We currently do not have prudent and feasible alternatives. I've suggested to the applicant that they probably want to submit that sooner rather than later, particularly if the commission does determine to have a peer review, because that's going to be something the commission usually has the peer review team look at. So that again is another reason to perhaps, have some more time to get everything ready, because the applicant still has to provide that information. And I would recommend that information is available when the commission makes the selection of the peer reviewer, so that when the peer review is looking to get started, they have the materials available that they need to review.
This is Commissioner Bassman. Jamie, when we say review, would that include the particular construction details associated with that area? For instance, the one I'm looking at is proposed wetland mitigation and creation. Do we get into the actual construction of that and what equipment is going to be used, if there's going to be storage of material on site or material brought in? How extensive is that word review?
Yeah, Jamie Frederick and the Wetland Agent. So usually they would review the what is being proposed and the details for how it's being proposed, make sure that there's sufficient information available, so that there's not too much open-endedness that might change the outcome of what is being proposed. Yeah, it would be reviewing the details of everything.
Commissioner Goklowski, since this is also my first meeting with a peer review, wouldn't it be, before we have a public meeting, shouldn't we have all the information that we need?
Jamie Frederick
and
in the Wetland Agent. Yeah, so that's why I was saying, if the commission's determining that a peer review is going to be required, it would probably be appropriate for the commission to request an extension of the time to open the public hearing. I think it's beneficial to the applicant and the public and the commission to have that information at the start of the public hearing. Otherwise, everyone knows it's coming and they're waiting for it. And it's ideal to kind of start off with that information, available and considered. Hopefully there's not too much to address at that point, but it's helpful to start off with that information at the beginning of the review, rather than looking at those modifications and picking it back up and going from there. It just streamlines the process for everyone.
And this is Commissioner Boda, and it also, in this case, is going to give the applicant time to produce the prudent and feasible alternatives. There's none that I saw. Is that correct?
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, no, there's been none submitted at this time.
Yeah, and so it sounds like we're going to public hearing, which makes sense because we're talking about significant impact. And in the case of that, we certainly are going to need prudent and feasible alternatives.
Mr. Rasmussen, Jamie, can you scroll that up again? Would invasive species management be included in one of these bullets?
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, I think it would be included under probably review of proposed wetland mitigation and creation. You could specify invasive species management if you would like.
This is Commissioner Begeman. In this case with the site walk showing tons of invasives, and it would seem to make sense for an invasive management plan for the whole property, because otherwise it's going to migrate into the wetlands. That's what I would think. If you're only doing mitigation in the wetlands. I mean, if you're only doing invasive, yeah.
Commissioner Papantonis, there was also a lot of detritus in the on the property. Would that be included in any of, removal of that be included in any of this, or the way to do it?
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, I might defer to the applicant on that one.
Well, and this is Commissioner Boda, and I think it's also going to be really important to stay connected to wetland impacts. And so I think just wanting to be mindful of how far away up into any upland review area we're talking about requiring management if there's not. So, and this is why we need the peer review, because these are good questions for the peer review as well, is like, what if this stuff will have a likely impact to the wetlands, because we can't regulate all of the things in the upland. So I think that the list that we're looking at right now is appropriate, with the addition of the narrative, the REMA report. I'm also wondering about state. I looked just quickly at the correspondence and was wondering if this was going to be done in stages. And so that would need to be part of, I think it might have been that email. I'm on spring break and I was trying to enjoy my spring break, but I'm trying to catch up too. So.
Yeah, Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. So in addition to alternatives, there were a couple of other things I was suggesting the applicant should address again prior to the opening of the public hearing and peer review if applicable. I think some of them were addressed via at least sufficiently for now via comments, but some of them should really be modified on the site plan, just so that it is not being reviewed twice. So I just wanted to let the commission know there are some other things that I think the applicant should ideally be responding to. So what we typically when we send out an RFP, we send out the RFP and a couple of the documents to, provide context of what it is that's being looked at. Usually it includes the application form, the site plans, and like a GIS map. And then we identify all of the documents, and all of the documents would be sent out once a peer review team is selected. So I think that the commission could just identify in the request for proposals that, there are some minor modifications expected, as is typical with an application submission, which would be distributed at the time of selection.
So would you go back to the list, your list? Okay, so this is Commissioner Bose. We have impacts to wetland and water courses, and maybe Katie, are you ready for some notes? Because I think
I sure am.
we're gonna turn this into what we want it to be, right?
Okay, just go slow.
Yeah, and anybody can jump in. I want us to move forward. So you've got the site visit, relative impacts to wetland and water courses, and perhaps you can add in there long and short-term impacts. Then you have your direct impact. That's fine. The stormwater management. Perhaps that would also be a good spot to add in the wetland delineation. Stormwater management design. Next is hydrological connections to wetland, alteration of flow, frequency, water quality. That's good. Review of sediment erosion control measures.
Commissioner Bassman, is that a spot where we would potentially add the invasive species management plan?
Yeah. Or would that be under, the mitigation?
Well, this is Commissioner Bassman to Commissioner Begeman's point. I don't want to restrict the invasive management plan to just the areas that are being created.
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. So I think it could fall under that because there's wetland mitigation and creation, and mitigation isn't always just creation. So mitigation starts off with enhancement of existing wetlands, and then it goes to enhancement of. Let me look up the rec.
But this is Commissioner, but I feel like your planting plan is also underneath the mitigation.
Yeah, so mitigation can include enhancement of wetlands in surrounding areas, and removal of invasives, I think, is often considered part of that. So, so this aligns with state statute. The following order of priority: restore pre-existing wetland or water course, which they're proposing to do to some extent; enhance degraded wetland or water course to improve functions and values that they provide; and create productive wetlands or water course resources. So they're kind of proposing a little bit of all of these kind of. I guess it does kind of specifically.
So the long and this is Commissioner Bassman. The long and the short is that we do not amend that line item because we feel it's going to be included in the assessment of wetland mitigation. Is that the bottom line answer?
Jamie Frederick and wetland agent. I mean, I think you could specify it. You could either lump it in with the mitigation and creation, or you could put it under the relative to long and short-term impacts to wetlands and water courses, review the following. And then, if it's under that, then it's relative to wetlands and water courses. And it puts it in that context.
This is Commissioner Rowe. I like putting it with the long and short-term impacts. So an invasive plant investigation.
Are you looking for an investigation of the existing conditions, or are you looking for a review of any invasive species management being proposed?
I would think the latter, but Commissioner Begum, what's your thinking?
As Commissioner Begman, as you stated, if we can't just, I mean, it's a big property, and if they're invasives that aren't near the wetlands, maybe they don't have to be dealt with. I don't know. So, seems like somebody needs to figure that out.
Jamie Frederick,
peer reviewer.
agent. So, I mean, also keep in mind that a site visit is part of what's being requested. So, I mean, they are going to see the existing condition, and I think review of the management plan would address, that concern. So, whether additional management is needed or not.
Yeah, I mean, this is
relative to the wetland.
Commissioner Begman, there's going to be a lot of invasives that are torn out because of the development anyhow. So it's just when you see it all there, you just can't imagine that, it's not going to migrate places. But so that's why somebody needs to look at it in the big picture.
Okay. This is Commissioner Boda. Can you pull the list back up? So, I mean, Jamie, it could go under long and short-term impacts. It could go under wetland mitigation. I think the spirit of the discussion is really around the reviewing the site for invasive plants, their impact, and their planting plan for managing and protecting the wetland.
Commissioner Begman, that sounds good to me.
Yeah. Then we also, let's see, so we were on proposed wetland mitigation creation, wetland mitigation and creation. And that implies, as well as like the management plan over time, the 5-year management plan. Is that implied in there? Or would it make sense to add that detail?
You could say including management plan.
Okay. Katie, you still with us? Catching it all?
Yes. Can you just repeat? We were back and forth. Just repeat the last one.
So with the bullet, review of proposed wetland mitigation and creation, including the monitoring plan, the 5-year monitoring plan.
Got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And that would also include the review of the REMA report. And for the next one, we would also just add, I think, just an entirely new bullet under review of the application narrative and staging or construction sequence. Review, and then the next bullet is good. Review of prudent and feasible alternatives offered by the applicant and additional considerations the commission should assess if applicable. The next bullet, already there, attendance at one or more commission meetings for presentation and follow-up discussion. And you can add follow-up to applicant responses.
This is Commissioner Begman. Would the attendance at one of the more of the commission meetings, if public hearing is included in that, or do we need to say that? And
Well, so
Okay.
those meetings would be the public hearing.
okay,
That's all that I had combined with what Jamie had.
This is Commissioner Basserman. I was struck when Jamie was talking about the upland review area. Are we beyond the jurisdiction if we are concerned about what impact this has to the upland review area? Or is that a bridge too far for us?
Jamie Frederick in the Wetland Agent. So the upland review area is an area that the commission has identified as activity in these areas could impact wetlands and water courses. So in the way that activity is going to impact wetlands or water courses, yes, but to the upland review area itself, not unless you can make that connection to the wetland and water course.
And this is Commissioner Boda, and it's not us making the connection, it would be an expert making the connection.
Yeah, and it can't be there's possibly going to be an impact. There has to be a likely impact.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Boda. Jamie, did I miss anything? Or does anybody else know if I missed something based on the earlier conversation?
This Commissioner Papantonis. I'm not sure. But there was talk about significantly changing the grading of the properties the property that's close to the wetlands. So, I guess that would be included in the upland review as it impacts the wetlands, right?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Boda. I would imagine that would be captured under hydrological connections, alteration of flow, volume, frequency, and water quality.
Okay, just asking.
And also, there's to review the site plans relative to the context of all those items above. So yes, that would be, a majority of the activities in the upland review area, and certainly a peer reviewer would be looking at the full project as it relates to impacts to wetlands and water courses. So, yeah, we don't specifically identify grading, but that would be with the alteration of flow, and also, relative to the erosion control plan. So yeah, it's definitely covered by the items that are identified.
This is Commissioner Boda. Do we need to check off those boxes of whether it's an engineer or a soil scientist or either? Or is that something that
Jamie Frederick and the Wetland Agent, I think that was the original intent, but obviously any wetland delineation assessment should be done by a soil scientist. And then, drainage calculation assessment should be done by an engineer kind of thing. So I don't know if the commission really needs to spell out necessarily what each individual is looking at, unless you feel that would be beneficial.
I don't think so. Katie has her hand up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Before we get too far ahead, Suzanne, you wanted me to add something after the review and erosion control measures? You said you wanted another bullet?
I think that was invasive species management plan review.
Okay.
Thank you, Jamie. My bullets are not in the order of your bullets.
Commissioner Bassman, I thought one of the bullets that Commissioner Boda talked about was the project narrative. But I do see that below as one of the materials to be reviewed.
Yeah, I have it noted above as well, since she expanded it to include staging/construction sequence. It can't.
Okay.
That's what I was looking for. It was about the staging and.
So I have that as I have that. I think between the two of us, Katie, we can figure it out.
Okay, thank you.
And this is Commissioner Boda, the site plans that implies the sediment and erosion control plans, et cetera, and the materials to be reviewed.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, we could specify, so I have the wetland assessment report, REMA, February 19th, 2024. We could also specify prudent and feasible alternatives analysis, and then identify to be submitted, since we don't have it yet. It also identifies materials to be reviewed at minimum. So, generally speaking, what we do is we submit all of the technical documents that have been submitted as part of the application to the peer review team. Historically, we've been doing paper copies. I think we can see what their preference is given the slight change in way things work.
Commissioner Armrod, I guess just to specify in addition to the technical documents, I don't know if the town engineer review, I think that should be included as well.
Yeah, so the town engineer has already taken a look and provided some initial comments. That is in the Dropbox. And these comments also, I think, to the extent the applicant can, should be addressed prior to the peer review. So that way, the peer review isn't providing similar comments and then bouncing it back for the peer review to do a second review. I think it's, obviously in the applicant's best interest to minimize the time that, a peer review is being hired to review their application materials.
And this is Commissioner Boda to Commissioner Ormrod's kind of point. I don't know that it should go without being said, but if you can go back to the list, like all of these things should be considered through the lens of the Branford inland wetland regulations. I'm sure that any peer reviewer is going to be familiar with the state regulations, but to be sure, they should be looked at through the lens of our regulations.
This is Commissioner Basserman. That brings up a point. Is there a standard kind of cover letter that goes with this, Jamie? It addresses things like what Commissioner Boda and Commissioner Armrod just mentioned.
Oops. Are you all seeing a Word document?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So, a while back I did start this, just kind of thinking it was something the commission had expressed interest in. So yes, we do. This is our template, if you will. So it identifies the site, the proposed project, when we're looking for a response by, when we'll let them know if they were selected or not, when the report would be due, the fact that they must conduct a site visit and attend commission meetings.
This is Commissioner Basserman. So are we at a point where we need to fill in the yellow?
Yeah. It doesn't specifically appear to say anything about the inland wetland regulations, but we could modify that to add that. It's also, I think, these firms are familiar with doing peer reviews and they're familiar with the fact that, regulations are specific on a town by town basis.
Yeah.
I suppose we could. Yeah, so if you want, I could modify this letter to include specifically a reference to the inland wetlands regulations of the town of Branford.
So this is Commissioner Boda. Do we need to make a motion with respect to, yes, that third party peer review, those items, like similar to a motion to approve an application? It would be a motion to approve this third party request with the items that were enumerated on April 11th
I
between.
don't think it could hurt.
Is there anything else that should go on there?
So I do think we typically try to identify when the public hearing is scheduled for. So I don't know if the commission wants to table this discussion and consider the public hearing timeframe.
So in order to do the third party, we have to have the dates lined up.
I mean,
So
ideally,
we can do that.
because it helps them know if they're available. If they say, oh yeah, we can do it, and then they already have a conflict on the date of the public hearing.
No, I just mean in terms of, because this is all getting hashed out with, I'm assuming, within the next half an hour.
Okay.
So can we check this checklist off of our to-do list for tonight by saying this is the list? We're gonna populate it with dates shortly, but this is the list that we would want from a third party peer review.
Okay.
Is there anything else for the list?
This Commissioner
Would we need a separate vote for the timing?
Well, that would be under the public hearing, wouldn't it?
No, I'm saying the sheet that Jamie showed us that had yellow boxes highlighted where we would have to agree, I believe tonight, on what those dates were.
Yes, but that's a separate document. So if we can do this, if we can get this list out of the way.
Yeah.
And then there's the letter with the dates. We also have to make a motion to actually determine that this is a public hearing. We're talking about it as if we've determined it, but we have not yet.
Fine, 2 votes.
So is there anything else that's missing from this document? Okay.
This is Commissioner Papantonis. I have a question. All right, so we've said we want to give the applicant opportunity to come up with reasonable and prudent and feasible alternatives, right? And we're talking about a public hearing. We need to set the dates. Do we ask the applicant how much time they need to do that before we set the date of the public hearing? And then get whatever extension we need so that we can do what we need to do? I'm just asking.
Jamie Frederick and the Wetland Nation. I think that would be appropriate.
Jamie, this is Doug. Is it okay to talk at this point, or?
Yes, I think it would be helpful.
Okay, Doug Anderson for the applicant Beacon Hill Property LLC. So we've been listening to all your comments about the peer review and things of that nature, and one point I think we'd like to make is we understand the impacts and things like, but this was a previously approved project with a previously approved road that literally can be started tomorrow for a 10-lot residential subdivision. So in our concept of development for this project, we more or less utilized all the same infrastructure with respect to water quality basins. We've actually added wetland creation, more or less followed the same path of the existing road. Smaller road, private road, not a public road, and obviously, attached units versus 10 single-family lots. So, we appreciate the fact that you want to have a peer review and go through all this process of making sure that the development is appropriate for the site. But I think one point that we like to make is this was already done at one point in time. Granted, it was a different project. We understand that, but so substantively, it was very similar project. So, for us, that was the whole intent, as to not to have to reinvent the wheel and add all these additional layers of, time and cost to develop it, which we understand we need to do the right job and do right by, and we're not opposed to a second set of eyes on it. But we hired professionals, we paid professionals to design a project. We rely on their competence to do a project. So to have to go and reinvent that wheel all over again, just seems a little bit overkill to us. And that's just one point I'd like to make when we talk about this, this site, because this is not an undisturbed, woodland site. This was a industrial commercial site that processed, poultry. There's, foundations, pavement, things that define inland wetland boundaries. You have, in an interception of a water course from the northern wetland to the southern wetland that flows over asphalt to get reinduced into the existing wetland. And just from a layperson's perspective, the way we look at it, we're only improving the site, right? So, and we want to improve the site in the best manner we can, but we don't want to reinvent the whole wheel and go back to square one and put ourselves in a position where, there's already an as of right development here that, again, we could start tomorrow. The economics of that development and the whole dynamic of sewer to that neighborhood and the septic problems was the impetus of this development. And we do have alternative development scenarios. We were kind of just trying to wait to get all the comments back from the engineering and public works and so forth, to just bring everything back to the table with that. And we had more intense development scenarios, and, chose this scenario as a comparable, similar development to what's already approved, but in a less impactful way of through a road system, a managed community. This will be a common interest community, so it will be controlled by one board, one landscaper, things like that, where the site is going to be over the long term better managed than 10 individual homeowners kind of doing their own thing. So again, we're not opposed to any second set of eyes on it, but I think I just wanted to make that point clear. So if there was the ability for you as a commission to maybe look at this a little differently than if it was a raw woodland, never, disturbed in it before. We have some circumstances here, I think, that would really prudently affect that kind of thought process. So I just wanted to make that point clear. And then as far as, public hearing timing and however the mechanics of that work, we're okay working with you guys on whatever's going to make the most sense. And we can backfill in the additional material we need for, development scenarios and things of that nature. But so I just, again, wanted to make those points before, you start making motions and so forth.
Well, Commissioner Goklowski, I had the privilege of walking the property this evening, and I'm not disagreeing with you in theory, but in reality, I think that we would be doing, as a commission, injustice if we don't pull a peer review, because there are so many issues that are going on with the property and so many different types of scenarios that we as lay people want to make sure that we have the right information. Your people are paid to do your plan, and the peer review is what we're paying for, so we can understand and make sure that what you're doing is the right way of doing it. I mean, so when I walked that land tonight, to be very honest with you, some red flags did go off in my head, but they were explained away. But on the same token, I have to be assured that when we do make a vote for approval, because it's a different plan that was already approved. So you're asking us to go along with the past approval, which we can't because it's a whole different development. So
no, we understand that, and I'm not expecting you to do that. I guess I just wanted to make those points clear that there are existing approvals in place, right? Where I presume maybe peer review previously occurred on the site, and again, subsequently following that same plan, would that be like a redo of the existing process that you guys already went through that kind of maturation to have that comfort level to approve that plan in its previous state? So that's I'm not disagreeing with your theory at all. I just, again, it seems a little bit overkill with respect to where the project is today and where we're trying to take it, right? So
This
That's all.
Commissioner
So,
Basserman, this application is a new application. And it has to stand on its own legs. And the commission here is different than the commission that approved that previous plan. And we would not be doing our service to the community if we didn't make sure that the plan as presented with this application was appropriate. And so that's why I think we're making sure that the various aspects of the plan, whether it's the hydrology or the management of the stormwater system, is in sync with the plan as applied for as 240202.
Okay.
All right.
Amy Frederick and the wetland agent. I just want to make a couple of comments. One, not that it's really relevant, because as Peter said, it's a new application. There was no peer review done with the initial application, or not initial, but the application that was ultimately approved for the open space subdivision. So that information there is no information for that in the record. The impacts are, it's a similar development design, but the impacts are different. And a peer review is in the commission's interest, because it helps make sure the commission is making a decision based on facts. It helps provide additional context and viewpoints. It can help improve some aspects of the application potentially. Good application can always sometimes have some improvements still, and it could also be beneficial to the applicant, particularly if the application is contentious, in the sense that it shows the commission has gone through the review process. The commission has exhausted their ability to provide a fair and thorough review of the application. So I think if the commission feels that a peer review is warranted, that that's something they should move forward with. The other thing I'd want to mention is that application was approved, I think, in 2009. So regulations have changed since then. And I think, it's a new development, and that's certainly fair for the commission to consider in review of the application. And granted, obviously the application has been designed with these new regulations in mind. So it just helps make sure that the commission is making a decision based on facts in the purview of their jurisdiction, rather than where if the commission doesn't have that guidance, sometimes things can move more into feelings and what if. So it helps get rid of that and focus in on the facts.
This is Commissioner Bassman. Are we ready to vote on the list that was discussed 10-15 minutes ago? As Commissioner Boda has suggested, we have a vote on that and then talk about the timing.
This is Commissioner Boda. I will make a motion to approve. Jamie, can you pull up that list? The list of criteria to go on the request for proposal for the third-party peer review that was generated on the April 11th meeting, sometime between 7:15 and 8:03 for inland wetland 2402.02, 1 through 17 Beacon Hill Road.
Anybody want to second that?
Commissioner Goklowski, I second that.
Any discussion? All right, I'm going to take a vote. Commissioner Goklowski,
Commissioner Goklowski, aye.
Commissioner Armrod,
Commissioner Ormrod, aye.
Commissioner Boda,
Commissioner Boda, aye.
Commissioner Papantonis,
Commissioner Papantonis, aye.
Commissioner Finaro,
Commissioner Finaro, aye.
Commissioner Begeman,
Commissioner Begeman, aye.
Commissioner Basserman, aye. Okay. Now why don't we pull up the cover letter that had the dates needing discussion?
I think I also have that at the bottom of here.
Oh, sorry.
That's fine.
When James, this is Commissioner Boda. You said that peer review selection would be May 9th. Is that what you said?
Yes, and I would, let me see. May 9th, and I'd probably suggest requiring submission of responses sometime before that, so that way staff can review them and distribute them to commissioners. And
About a week.
get that date down.
So maybe the 6th? Is that
Yeah,
enough time?
I think the 3rd or the 6th would be. Good.
If we did the 6th, that's just under a month.
Yeah, we could do 6 o'clock or 6 by noon.
May 6th, noon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Although we do send packets out on Friday, so that could be a benefit to doing the 3rd instead of the 6th. But if everyone's happy looking at them digitally, we can do the 6th.
What Dropbox?
This is Commissioner Brodsman. The only concern I have, it doesn't give a lot of time between the 6th and the 9th. Are you going to be able to get the things done in that time frame?
We're just looking at proposals.
Yeah, it's a little tight, but I think, you know, if we're planning on it and we have them submitted by noon, that gives Katie time to process them that afternoon. And it gives staff and commissioners, you know, 2.5, 3 days to review and for staff to follow up with any follow-up questions that might be relevant. At the same time, if we're requiring it by noon on a Monday, I'm not sure that Friday makes too much of a difference.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And this is Commissioner Butter. So, you know, at that point, we're just looking at people's bid to do the project. And honestly, they're not going to be very different from each other. There'd be some background about the organization and the individuals that are in it and their scope of work and the pricing. So the substantive stuff will come later.
So it sounds like you're looking for submission by May 6th at noon, by noon on May 6th.
Mm-hmm. That sounds good, right? And then stuff can go in the Dropbox.
Yes.
And this is Commissioner Boda, and historically, we don't tend to get a ton of them. It's not like we're going to be flooded with, I mean, I don't want to jinx this, but I don't remember ever getting more than, like, I feel like 4 was the maximum that we ever got. And that seems like a stretch. It might have been 3.
I think we've received 4 or 5 before, but you know, like you said, you're looking at the credentials, you're looking at the fact that they've addressed the scope of work that's been requested to be addressed, and you're looking at cost. And sometimes, you know, there's a bit of everyone has different formatting, so sometimes there's a little bit of particularly if it's kind of bifurcated and there's an engineering firm and a soil scientist working together. And I think that's another benefit to utilizing the SCROG list is that, you know, it's one agency that offers all of the expertise. So you know that there's going to be a continuous, you know, it's one billing. It's I think it just flows better when it all comes from one agency than when sometimes when it's 2 separate agencies working together.
Okay, so this is Commissioner Boda. So if we decided on the 9th, you talked about then the public hearing. Is that June 13th?
Yeah, that was the date that I came to that I thought was a reasonable compromise between giving the peer review time to complete the review and to open the public hearing. So I was thinking, you know, if a selection's made on the 9th, we could let them know on the 10th. They can't start work until the funds have been received from the applicant. And the PO has been created. But so theoretically, they'd be able, if we notified them on the 10th and you made it due on the 31st, that gives them 3 weeks to do the review. And it would give the applicant almost a week to have the review prior to the opening of the public hearing to be able to hopefully, provide initial response. I mean, ideally, the peer review comments are going to be, much less substantive than what the peer reviewers are reviewing. So the applicant shouldn't need as much time with the response as the peer reviewers will need to review all the application materials. Three weeks, I think, is a little tight, but I think it's doable. Or you could make it do, you could make it do on the 6th. I'm sorry.
I thought you were going to say the 27th.
Oh,
Is that late to start? It feels late.
the 27th. Oh, start the public hearing the 27th.
Yeah.
So
feels
I
like
think
a
the
long
commission
time.
should also just keep in mind, the commission can only request 65 days of extension. So you don't want to make it too tight on the review end either. In case, there's follow-up stuff that has to be addressed. But that is another option, assuming that the applicant's willing to grant that extension.
Well, this is Commissioner Boda. Are you thinking, let's see, instead of the 9th, I've lost what month I'm in. Oh, no.
No, you got
So
to
instead
go
of
to
the
the 13th.
6th, you're talking about the 3rd. Again, I don't know that the Friday or the Monday.
I mean, so I guess what I was saying when I was trying to guess what you were getting at is that instead of, you could give the peer review almost an extra week and make it due on the 6th if you're opening the public hearing on the 13th. It gives the applicant time with the peer review. It doesn't give them an opportunity to really submit much before the public hearing. But it would give the peer reviewers almost 4 weeks to complete the review.
Okay, so the peer review would be due June 6th.
Yeah, if you wanted to give them the maximum amount of time and open the public hearing on the 13th. There is a regulation that materials of substance as determined by the commission have to be submitted at least 5 business days prior to the public hearing. So I would recommend requiring it that 5 days before the public hearing. And I think that's courteous, just so that way, again, the applicant has a chance to at least see and process it before the public hearing is open.
Okay, so we have, this is Commissioner Boda, we have May 9th, make the peer review selection. That the peer review material should be received by June 6th, and that the public hearing would be open on June 13th. Did I catch all that right?
This is Commissioner Boswell. Can you repeat that?
Yep. So this is Commissioner Boda. I have then that the commission would review the peer review proposals and select a peer reviewer on May 9th.
May 9th.
The peer review would need to be submitted by June 6th, and the public hearing would open on June 13th.
Jamie Frederick and the Wetland agent, can the applicant confirm whether you'd be willing to grant an extension of the time to open the public hearing to the June 13th meeting?
Yeah, I mean, if that's the cleanest way to do it, so, however, so you don't have to, re-motion something, but whatever's the simplest process to, engage in whatever this process is going to be, we're obviously amenable to that.
Thank you.
And I think kind of following discussion earlier in the meeting where the commission's making the selection May 9th, and they'll be notified on May 10th. Any additional materials such as the prudent and feasible alternative analysis or revisions per comments received should be submitted by that May 9th, May 10th date, so that way they can be distributed to the peer reviewer without delay.
Yeah, we have most of the additional material. We have the alternative development scenarios. Engineers starting to work on the comments from the town engineer, along with all the other comments in your, from your review. And we have a project narrative just about wrapped up. So we'll pull all that together well before that timeline.
I've been looking down at my notes. I don't know how long Zach has had his hand raised, but
Zach George from Giuliano Associates. I just want to confirm, are we waiting on any other town or staff comment sheets for other departments?
So engineering is the one department that I usually reach out to. I did note that I believe the town engineer did have a comment about fire access, which is another department I sometimes reach out to. I have not reached out to them. I would encourage you to, just to make sure that that's not gonna have to be revised. And then I know one of my comments was about the retaining wall height. I would probably encourage you to have a conversation with planning and zoning about that, just to make sure that what you're thinking is likely gonna work out the way you think it's going to. But I don't usually get formal comments from engineering department.
Fair enough. Thank you very much for the clarification. I just wanted to know if there was anything else still pending. Sounds like it's on us to reach out, and that's fine.
Okay. So this is Commissioner Bodo. So we have our date.
I see another applicant team member has their hand raised. I don't know if you want to hear.
Yes, hello, this is George Logan, Remethodological Services. So you're going into a selection by May 9th. The issue that I might have that I need to point out to is that I work closely with a lot of engineering firms. I just want to be sure that I don't have a conflict. So maybe the list that comes back should be shared with us of the 3 or 4 so we can say, okay, I'm presently working, say, with VHB, or BL, so I can't, that will be a conflict, most likely.
This is Commissioner Boda, would it make sense for us to have on that list that we have, the names of the applicant and the staff that are working, so that perhaps people will make those connections, and we don't even have to do that piece. You wouldn't have to do that because they would already do that instead of spending the time to put in the proposal.
Yeah, certainly we can include the names of the professionals to hopefully help, because I'm sure people would rather not provide a response if they know there's a conflict of interest. And then also, I don't know if the commission wants to quickly pull up the list. Maybe we, if there's any that the applicant can identify, and we can do this after whatever Bodo wanted to say has been done, but we can pull up that list and applicants can identify if there's any immediately that they know there's already a conflict for, and we could just not send it to those entities.
Any other comments we need to make regarding 240202?
Well, yeah, we have to make a motion for that this requires public hearing, and then a motion for the public hearing. So are we ready to do that?
Done in one motion, but
What? Jamie?
It can be done in one motion.
That would be great, right? Okay.
Let me pull up the regulations in regards to public hearings, though. I think that might be helpful because we've got
I've got here.
here's
Yeah, because it's 9.1.
Section 9.1 says the agency shall not hold a public hearing on an application unless the agency determines that the proposed activity may have a significant impact on wetlands or watercourses. A petition signed by at least 25 persons who are 18 years of age or older and who reside in the municipality in which the regulated activity is proposed, requesting a hearing, is filed with the agency not later than 14 days after the date of receipt of such application, or the agency finds that a public hearing regarding such application would be in the public interest. The agency may issue a permit without a public hearing, provided no petition provided for in this section is filed with the agency on or before the 14th day after the date of receipt of application. Such hearing shall be held no later than 65 days after the receipt of such application. All applications and maps and documents related thereto shall be open for public inspection. At such hearing, any person or persons may appear and be heard by and may be represented by an authorized agent or attorney. And then,
So this is Commissioner Boda. I think really just the simple direct impact of 4,549 square feet is sufficient to trigger a public hearing. And so that's really all I was going to instead of trying to go through all of it, but I'm ready to make a motion if that's all right.
Jamie Frederick and the Wetland Agent. I know Commissioner Boda already knows this and may likely consider it in her motion, but just to reiterate for the commission, there are different criteria that kick in if the cause for holding a public hearing includes that it may have significant impact. And if any of the commissioners want to look at that, we can. Otherwise, I will let Boda move forward with what she wanted to say.
Well, it just that, so for, this is Commissioner Boda, when there is a significant impact, that it requires that the applicant submit prudent and feasible alternatives, which is how we arrived at that prudent and feasible alternative discussion and analysis on the peer review document. So I wasn't going to include that in the motion just because it's really what's triggering the public hearing is the significant impact.
Yeah, and it's that it may have significant impact. The commission doesn't at this point have to determine that it does have significant impact. And just to clarify for commissioners again, the commission always has the ability to consider prudent and feasible alternatives, but state statute requires that the commission consider prudent and feasible alternatives if a public hearing is held because the application may have significant impact.
I think we're ready for a motion.
This is Commissioner Boda. I'd like to make a motion that we move application inland wetland 24.02.02 1 through 17 Beacon Hill Road to a public hearing based on Branford inland wetland regulations, section 9.1, that this application in particular may have a significant impact on wetlands and watercourses. And as part of that hearing, we'll be soliciting peer review. We are putting out a request for proposal. We as a commission will make a peer review selection on May 9th. The peer reviewer will be notified on May 10th. The applicant should submit all additional material that's been required thus far by May 10th. The peer review will be due June 6th, and the public hearing will open on June 13th.
Somebody want to second that?
Commissioner Armrod, I'll second that motion.
Any further discussion?
Jamie Frederick and the Wetland Agent. Location, Zoom meeting.
Yes. I would like to amend my motion to indicate that the public hearing will be held in our Zoom meeting per Public Act 22-3.
This is Commissioner Ormond. I'll accept the amendment and second the motion.
Okay, we'll vote. Commissioner Gokowski,
Commissioner Gokowski, aye.
Commissioner Papatonis,
Commissioner Papatonis, aye.
Commissioner Armbrad,
Commissioner Ormond, aye.
Commissioner Boda,
Commissioner Boda, aye.
Commissioner Fedaro,
Commissioner Fenaro, aye.
Commissioner Begeman,
Commissioner Begeman, aye.
Commissioner Basserman, aye. Well, that only took an hour and a half.
Wait, Jamie has more
I
for
heard
us.
Amy Frederick and the Wetland Agent. I'm pretty sure I sent the list out to the applicant team. So if you can take a look at that and just identify if you have any conflicts of interest, I'll not send it out to those parties. Does the commission want to look at that list, or does the commission just want staff to send it out to everyone that's in the column that includes the wetland delineation and engineer services columns?
I don't need to look at it.
Inland Wetland Associate Katie Blanchett. Jamie, did you want to disclose our conflict of interest on that sheet? There was one company that we had a conflict of interest with. Kind of.
This is Commissioner Ormond. I work for a consulting company, so
yes.
you can take the company I work for off.
That's what I was referring to, Matt. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. We'll make sure we do that.
Anything else, Jamie?
There may be one. I haven't seen the list. I don't need to see it, but there may be one that you have to cross off for me. If you're not sure what that is, I'll email you.
Okay.
Okay. Next up, ERIW 240302 45 to 81 Short Rocks Road, Pole Bridge. This is the one where the work has already been started. You have an update, Jamie?
Jamie Frederick and the Wetland Agent. I did swing by the site today, just to make sure everything was still looking stable, and it looked fine. I didn't see any changes from the last time I was out there. And I believe we have somebody present to go over the application materials. So just to kind of frame this for the commission again, there was an application submitted back in 2023 for replacement of the bridge. In reviewing that, it was identified that there was stream bank erosion that needed to be addressed. So the application was kind of backstepped to focus on that initial step of stabilizing the bank. That work has been completed. It was holding up well when I went out there to inspect today, and the water was pretty high. And there was some miscommunication or misunderstanding amongst the various parties involved in the project. And the pole bridge work has started. The poles are in place. And the path has been created on both sides of the bridge. I'm not 100% sure on whether there's any additional trail work proposed beyond what has occurred. So we can have the applicant respond to that concern. And without further ado, unless the commission has any questions, I'll hand it over to the applicant. Oh,
Mr. Basserman, did you take photos today?
I did. I'm not I didn't get them off my phone, but my phone is plugged in to my computer, so I could share those if you would like.
Yeah, could you, if it's not too much trouble? Jamie, if you want me to have the applicant discuss, and maybe while he's doing that, you can grab those photos.
I think I have them available. Is everyone seeing this?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So I came in from the Chestnut side where there's the sign for the fish ladder. And so I'm looking at the Chestnut side over to Short, or drawing a blank on what the little cul-de-sac is over here. And you can kind of see the pole bridge behind the debris here. So I wanted to get a picture of the trail on the other side. And here you can see where the stream bank stabilization work was completed. Slightly different angle. Looking at the trail approaching the pole bridge. I took this picture because this tree has a red tag on it, and I wasn't sure if that had any significance. There's also a lot of woody debris here. I know that this area has been hit hard with various tree damage. I wasn't sure if there was any intention to do anything with that material. I'm kind of assuming the plan is to leave it where it is. So here you can see the poles and the existing abutments that were modified slightly to adjust or to accommodate the new pole bridge. You can see that there's been no ground disturbance in between the abutment and the water course. And looking at the other side, and again, you can see the stone trail on the other side as well. And this is an older shoreline bank stabilization project that was completed at some point. I don't know when. And that's looking back up at the trail, and I think that's all I took.
Thank you. Does the applicant want to review this, please?
What do you need from me? What would you like me to tell you? I can address the red tags. The red tags were a second trail that Rich Shanahan, our chairperson, had suggested, and I kind of talked him out of it. So the tags are just there. They're not doing anything because it was just going to be an additional trail that was, really served no purpose.
What's left of the project to be done?
The construction of the bridge itself. So the poles are up. The contractor needed to order the materials, which the treasurer, or I forget what department it's called, sent out the check about 3 weeks ago. He received the check for the materials and he has purchased the materials. So now he just needs the go-ahead.
And what do the materials consist of for the bridge?
Just 2x6s, and it's going to be all 100% wood. It's going to look just like the other one did over the said pond, except it's not going to have the side railings.
Jamie, part of agent. So this is a drawing of the bridge. It's my understanding, as just mentioned, that the railings are not going to be added, and I think that was in response to the town engineer's concerns in trying to minimize any load bearing in high water conditions. I think the other modification was that
steps.
Is it these steps aren't going to be constructed?
Right. Exactly. What you just pointed.
The two ends. So it's going to be it's going to reduce the footprint of the bridge slightly.
And the cost.
And are you doing the rope?
Yes, we're going to do similar to the causeway down by Stony Creek, so that and the poles will be able to be kind of like a breakaway, if you like they do with guardrails now on the highways. So it'll have a bolt system in it, but it will, if the pressure is big enough, it should be able to detach itself from the bridge. So the fear of the engineer was, I guess the original bridge was swept away in a storm in, I think it was 85. And they were worried that the drag of the handrails would cause the drag of the bridge. So we really were concerned that stepping up that high and not having something there, that we were just looking for trouble. And so we did agree to meet halfway, just putting a rope handrail in that would be a little better and wouldn't cause the drag. And so everybody seemed happy with that.
This is Commissioner Bassman. Jamie, any concern regarding opportunity for erosion with this project?
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, I not particularly. I think the biggest concern would be the stability of the trails because they are kind of steep. Let me see if I can jump back to the photos. So particularly coming down here, but the stone I think is addressing that, and then on the other side this as well, but they have the crushed stone in place. So I think with
We don't have a photo,
Trying to show
Jamie.
the picture?
oh
Yeah, we
sorry,
don't have a photo.
Popping up.
I thought it was on.
We're on the reg.
Yeah, hold on. It must have been on the program and not the screen. Okay, now is everyone seeing a photo?
Mhm.
So there's this trail, which they've put crushed stone on the top and the bottom. The middle's a little too steep to like really hold the stone very well. It was slightly vegetated before they did the work, and they're anticipating that that will kind of bounce back to help hold everything. I didn't notice any erosion while I was out there this time or the previous time. So I think just keeping an eye on it should be sufficient. And again, this trail's a little bit steep, but it kind of levels out when they have the crushed stone. So if there is any erosion, it should be noticeable before it becomes a problem relative to the water course. So again, with just I think monitoring the conditions and addressing them as needed, it should be fine.
Any other comments from the commission?
This is Commissioner Begeman. Are there any other phases of the work that we
This
need to know
is it.
about?
This is the final phase.
Okay.
Does this require a vote, Jamie?
It is an application, so yes, it would require a vote to be acted upon. I did not do a staff report for this, but my recommendation would be a final inspection once all the work has been completed, and perhaps a condition about monitoring the trails for any required ongoing maintenance, and the standard conditions and general provisions of all permits.
Sounds reasonable. And we want to make a motion regarding BRIW 240302.
This is Commissioner Boda. I will make a motion to approve BRIW 240302, 45 to 81 Short Rocks Road. And with the addition of a final inspection, monitoring of trail stability, and the standard conditions for approvals.
Is Commissioner Begeman, before we have a second, monitoring, does it need a time frame?
Second and then discussion. Sorry.
Okay. This is Commissioner Begeman. I second the motion.
Any discussion?
My question, do we need a monitoring time sequence? I mean, just helpful for the applicant.
We normally do, right? I mean, we usually put a time frame in.
Well, it should be done by the end of April if we get the go-ahead.
I think this is monitoring after completion is, I thought what they were talking about.
Okay, that's what I mean. I'm just letting you know that it shouldn't take them too long.
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. I mean, I think the commission probably wants it to kind of be monitored long term, but maybe more frequently initially, just to make sure there's no issue. So,
So
It should. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
it's Commissioner Begeman. If we ask for monitoring, they have to give you a report back, right?
formal monitoring. You could do formal monitoring for the first 3 years, and if everything remains stable, periodic monitoring as needed for the duration of the trail.
This is Commissioner Boda. So, are you thinking of a just follow-up report like in November, annually in November for 3 years? October?
This is Commissioner Begamot, so that gives us a 6-month period, right? And then 1 year after that. You know, the years after that.
I might suggest the spring just because that's when things are more likely to be mobile and problematic.
April?
Yeah, April or May. You could do November the first year and April thereafter or something like that.
I'd like to amend the motion to clarify that the monitoring of the trail facility should be done with the final inspection, and then reports the first year, November 1st, and then the following years 2 and 3, end of April, beginning of May, report to be submitted to the wetland staff.
Commissioner Begamon, I second the amendment to the motion.
Any further discussion? All right, we'll take a vote on that motion regarding BRIW 240302. Commissioner Finaro.
Commissioner Finaro, aye.
Commissioner Begamon.
Commissioner Begamon, aye.
Commissioner Papatonis. Commissioner Papatonis, you're muted.
Thought I unmuted myself. Sorry. Aye.
Commissioner Armrod.
Commissioner Armrod, aye.
Commissioner Boda.
Commissioner Boda, aye.
Commissioner Gokowski.
Commissioner Gokowski, aye.
Commissioner Basserman, aye. All right. Into the enforcement area, notice of violation 142 Chestnut Street, removal of vegetation and earthwork without permit to conduct regulated activities. And the note here is we're going to continue to review of activity and review requested information. Jamie, what does that mean?
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. So the last time this was before the commission, the property owner was to submit soil testing results and wetland scientist report regarding on-site inland wetlands / watercourses, any impact to those resources, mitigation that may be required, and address the general hydrology of how things flow on site. We have received the soil testing relative to the fill material, the reddish fill material that was placed on site. We have not received the wetland scientist report. It's my understanding that the wetland scientist is present this evening. So I don't know if the commission wants to start off by hearing their findings from when they went out to investigate the site. Does the commission want me to show a quick image of the site to refresh your memory, or is everyone able to pull up what we're talking about?
I guess we could have the whoever is here for the for this item speak to the report.
So this is Kevin O'Neill, the property owner. We did submit the fill material soil analysis as well as sampling of the water. And then you all have the report. The conclusion was that there was no impact from the soil to the water. And then we do have Matt here to speak about what the material was below what we filled.
That would be helpful, I think.
Thanks, Kevin. Matt, for the record, Matt Davison, Davison Environmental, professional soil scientist, professional wetland scientist, certified professional in erosion and sediment control, and a Connecticut forester. I was on the site on March 14th with Jim Preddy from Criscolo Engineering and Kevin. And I looked around the site. What I was trying to do while I was there was determine if any of the fill material had been deposited on wetlands or if there was wetland filling related to the material that was brought in. So what we did is Kevin had a small machine on site. So we excavated a pit about 10 feet off the fill on I believe it's the east side where the water course runs alongside of the fill. We were about 10 feet back into the fill. And what I found when we excavated was that below the fill, I was directly into a gley layer of soil, essentially reduced, the soil matrix color was reduced, indicating anaerobic conditions. What threw me off and why we didn't do any more beyond that, other than what we're doing now is we're looking at some historic aerials. I have someone pulling up some historic aerials. But what threw me off is the soil colors. There was no soil profile there, so it wasn't your typical fill to A horizon to B horizon to glade parent material. It was right into the parent material. And the other thing that threw me off was the color of the gley was what I would typically. It was also a silt to clay loam, and the color of the gley was what I would typically see in a tidal system. It tends to have almost a bluish or a greenish hue, nothing like what you would anticipate in an inland wetland, at least if you're digging down to an auger depth. What I suspect happened on that site historically, although I don't have any evidence to verify it now, is that there may have been wetland fill brought in years ago. It may have been like dredging spoils. It looks to me like the bottom of a Westbrook mucky peat soil type. So we are kind of at a point, and I'll say, looking at the old aerials, clearly there have been cars parked there for a long period of time. And certainly if you have a soil color that is indicating inundation, permanent inundation and glaying at that level, you wouldn't be able to drive anything on there. So it's not matching what a natural condition. So I think at this point, and one of the reasons I'm on tonight is to I think try to get some direction here. You know, what I don't want to do, honestly, is tear apart the whole site, especially if that is the case, that it was just old dredging spoils that are brought in. So I don't know what the next step is, if it's to present some historic aerials and potentially do a little more digging to see what's happened on the site historically. We could look at potentially doing, maybe, you know, there's probably things you can do there from a wetland standpoint that would make the site better. A more robust buffer. I think working the grades a little differently and ensuring that there's certainly some low spots and there's certainly some places where stormwater can drain off and into particularly the swale that runs through the middle there. So there's certainly some things you can do that make the site better. And I don't know if that's a direction the commission would want to go in, as opposed to sort of doing a forensic analysis of what may have happened there in the past and trying to recreate something that existed there 100 years ago, which to me seems a little bit, you know, not a little bit excessive. But
This is Commissioner Vassman. At what depth did you hit that layer? You said you were 10 feet off. How far down did you have to go?
it was just below the fill, so I can't recall. I have pictures and some notes. It was less than 2 feet, I think. But like I said, it was immediately into that gley layer, which is right away suspect for me. And so we all sort of walked away scratching our heads, and I said, I'm sorry to everybody, but I don't have a resolution for you right now.
The expectation, this is Commissioner Basserman, the expectation is what if you were to commence more digging? Do you suspect you'd find that throughout the area, or
I'm worried
would
that
you be
that's what I would
surprised
find.
if you found that throughout the area?
I'm actually expecting that I would see that throughout that area now.
Mhm.
And again, going back in the old aerials, you can clearly see. I did some digging on the Connecticut Eco aerials, and what I could clearly see is that that area was used as a salvage area. There were cars parked there for a long period of time. I've engaged my GIS person to get some better quality aerials and sort of do a little more with sort of laying things out so you could get a better understanding of where the cars have been parked historically, because I think that does tell you something. So that's what we're doing now, and I could certainly present that information once we get it, and I could put my findings in a letter format if that would help the commission to sort of digest things with the limited information we have now.
This is Commissioner Begeman. Can you just talk about the type of soil? You said it couldn't have cars parked on it, and I mean, in terms of the use of the site, and that soil doesn't.
So the soil colors that I found, so essentially what I was looking at was a soil parent material that you would find under permanent water. It was glade, heavily glade, silt clay loam.
Are you saying like with a G?
Yeah, glade. Oh, okay, yeah. So for soil scientists, when we look at whether or not something is a wetland, when you say glade soil, that's indicative of reducing conditions in that light gray color that you see. It's essentially reduced iron. So when we use our soil color book to identify whether or not we have reducing conditions, if you're on the glade, you would, if you are clearly in a wetland, you're on the glade page, and and all the colors are like a light grayish color. Glade soils are soils where the iron's been converted from Fe3 to Fe2. It's reduced, and you lose that rusty color, and you get essentially a grayish color. But again, it's indicative of reducing conditions. So it's indicative of a soil type that's underwater.
This is Commissioner Goklowski. In one of the reports, I seem to recall that there was a water test done with the water that was coming onto the property, but the water that was leaving the property was cleaner than it was when it was coming into the property. Now, could you explain, does that say that the soil on the property currently is probably a little better than the soil that's on the outside of the property? I kind of find it hard to believe if the soil is on that land is contaminated, the water runoff would be more contaminated than coming in.
That was more the iron quantity, and clearly the iron has been absorbed as it passed through the property, and to the area that we where the runoff is in the middle of the site that intersects into that. That demonstrated that the iron quantity coming into the property was higher than the iron quantity leaving the property.
Also, where that water course is, it does not appear that there's any surface water drainage in that direction. So there's not any contributions from the fill to that intermittent water course that flows along the edge there, or minimal contributions. It would have to go into the groundwater and then move laterally. The water is going into the swale. And one of the things that threw me off, and I actually got some clarification from Chris Gola recently, was when I look back at the old historic aerials, I don't see the swale on there. So and what Jim Preddy had explained to me was that there was actually metal plating over that swale and that there were cars parked on it. So it was always there, but now it's been daylighted. But if there have been water quality impacts to wetlands, I would suspect they would be in that swale, which frankly is probably a swale that was excavated for stormwater many years ago anyway, and has been receiving stormwater runoff from that site for years and years and years. Like I said, there's very little drainage to the more naturalized intermittent water course that flows along the edge of the fill there.
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. Yeah, so I was out on site today. And I agree. I didn't see any sediment in the watercourse areas adjacent to the fill, with the exception of that central drainage ditch and where that then ties into the watercourse flowing away from that area. So I certainly think looking at some sort of vegetative buffer to prevent any sediment getting into that drainage ditch and subsequent watercourse area is important. And then I also just wanted to identify that while I was on site today, I did see that there was a new pile of wood chips from, I believe, mulching pallets that is on the outside of the site over near the undisturbed wooded area where there's another wetland complex. So I just want to state that there should be no expansion of disturbance on site. I can pull up a picture of that real quick just so that everyone can.
The chips that we're processing now will be removed. I mean, they're just, we're converting, crates into recyclable material, and then we're going to move that material off site.
Yeah, just make sure if you're doing that, and I don't know if the commission has anything different to say, but that it stays within the area that's kind of been defined as disturbance. So I'm going to just screen share real quick. So this is off kind of over in this area here, and there's another wetland complex further out in the woods over here. And so initially there was wood chipping over here, and I didn't have too many concerns with it beyond the fact that it ultimately would need to be removed from site. But then there's this additional pile, and it's kind of ramped up, and it's at the top of the berm that surrounds kind of the leveled off portion of the site. And it's to the point where, it's significantly burying some of the trees, and where the pile, if it keeps getting built and ramped up, it's going to start spilling this way, and there's wetland area right here. So I guess my initial response would be to keep that activity well within, the flat leveled portion of the site, because I'm not sure why they were pushed where they were pushed.
Yeah, I mean, that shouldn't be a problem. We, like I said, we're only recycling material and moving it out. So, yeah, we push it into a pile and then we load it up and get it out.
Commissioner Bassman, Jamie, can you put up the NOV that was sent?
Yeah, let me jump back real quick, see if I can find a photo. Yeah, so this is that central drainage ditch area that Davison was mentioning was covered by plates previously, which is interesting to hear because I was wondering about where it was in earlier aerials as well. So the water course on this portion is pretty clear, but then where this connects in down the other way, you can see that it's got a bit of that reddish tint to it. So I do think that there needs to be some sort of stabilization to make sure that there's no further transport of material. So I think we had the follow-up letter.
If I was asked, like, back the napkin right now to just come up with a very high level plan to make that site better, I would have some type of plan that increases the buffer to that water course, ensures that the drainage is not to that water course, and then I would try to enhance that swale that's in the center for stormwater treatment, because that discharges to the water course. So my goal would be to utilize any disturbed areas on site, especially the disturbed wetland or swale area, to pre-treat anything that's draining into the more naturalized, more undisturbed intermittent water course.
Jamie Frederick in the wetland agent. Is everyone seeing an aerial image right now?
Yes.
So recently I've had access to some additional aerials, so I thought that this might be helpful for the commission to view. This is Wednesday, August 24th, 2022, and what the site looked like. And then March 29th, 2023, you can see that there's been some activity. For the most part, it stays within the confines of what the previous use of the site was, with the junk storage of cars. But there's clearly been, some clearing over on this area to And so the other concern that I would have, aside from, you know, the topic of the soils that was brought up initially this evening, would be stabilization and in potentially an after the fact application for the activity that is going on over here, because this is clearly you know, a newly cleared area that is being utilized. And there is a water course approximately in this area here. So making sure that that has long-term stabilization and I think is also important for the commission applying the regulations fairly and uniformly. Because that's an extensive amount of clearing adjacent to a water course that typically would require an application from the commission. So I think that, you know, I think having a bit more information on the soil that was discovered on site, and then, you know, investigation into the, you know, putting in context to the history of the site. I mean, clearly the site was not in an ideal condition when this activity started. But we want to make sure it's not getting worse and that additional clearing and activities are being regulated as the regulations require. So
can you post that NOV?
Yeah. So the NOV identified that there was removal of vegetation within 100 feet of a wetland / water course, grading and earthwork within 100 feet of wetland / water course. Noted that a drainage ditch running approximately south-north along western portion of the site, which may be considered a water course. State statute states of the definition of water course. Upon review of historic aerial images, there is an area located within the previous area of disturbance, which I would have requested been investigated for inland wetland soils prior to any additional activity. This area is where the reddish fill material has been placed adjacent to the water course along the northern limits of the activity, westward of the drainage ditch referenced above, and north of the historic internal driveway. So that's the area that I believe Matt Davidson was saying that they did the test and found those soils that one would not expect or typically find in that location.
Commissioner Goklowski, Jamie, were there any reports that the soil that it was the reddish soil that was adjacent to the water course, or that swale there, that hasn't had any impact or contamination? Is that correct?
So that we've received. Sorry, there's a lot of echo. Is soil testing and water testing in regards to iron and I believe magnesium. So I mean it's a very limited soil and water testing information that the commission's received, but in that regard,
but there's not my question is, it's not a high regard for a contamination level. It's just we don't like the color.
Well, it's more than that. It's, I mean, if you continue to have material depositing in there, it's going to impact potentially the chemistry of the water. It's going to impact potentially the flows if there's enough deposition of material. I mean, yeah, and it's not just that water course area that's of concern either. It's the additional area that has been cleared. You know, the fact that there's stockpiles, you know, now adjacent to the water course that weren't there previously. I think that there's a lot of things going on site that the commission normally would look at prior to the activity partaking, and require certain information to be provided for their review and consideration.
This is Commissioner Basserman. Jamie, the only thing though that we asked in the NOV was that they install the erosion control, right?
Yeah, so initially the only thing that was requested that they install erosion controls, which has been completed. And then subsequently they came to another meeting and they were requested to do the soil testing, which we were just discussing. And then also have a wetland scientist complete a report. And let me see, I don't think that's, yeah, let me look at the follow-up letter.
In the interim, this is Kevin O'Neill, the property owner. The soil that was deposited there has had no impact on the wetlands based on the soil scientist report. The water quality was better leaving the site than entering the site. I'm not sure what the issue is.
We don't have the report requested from the wetland scientist. We have the soils testing of certain potential
No, but the soil scientist and the water quality scientist already submitted their report and said that there was nothing in the soil that was deposited that is impacting the water leaving the site.
I haven't submitted a letter report yet. If you're referring to me as the soil scientist.
By soil,
I do intend
to. No, just the water. They asked for soil scientist on the material that was deposited there and the water quality coming onto the site and off the site. And that's already been determined that there's no impact from the soil that was deposited to the water that's leaving the site. It actually gets better coming through the site than when it enters the site.
This is Commissioner Basman. Jamie, you take issue with did you receive the report?
So there were two things that were requested. The commission requested soil testing of the fill material that was brought in. We've received that. The commission also wanted a soil scientist, meaning a wetland scientist, to complete an inspection of the site, identify any on-site wetlands or water courses, whether there was any direct impact to wetlands or water courses, whether any restoration work needed to occur. And I'm trying to find where that was corresponded.
There was actually three things requested. It was the soil that was brought on site, what was the composition of it, and would it affect the wetlands? The second thing was the water that was entering the site and leaving the site. And the third was the soil testing of below what was filled. And that's what Matt is referring to. He hasn't submitted a report, but the other two items have already been submitted.
He's right.
The commission also had requested information on how the water flows through the site.
That actually was addressed as well. And it clearly flows the way it's, goes from north to south. And that was also in Mr. Muniz's report.
So, Jamie, do we have a difference of opinion on how complete the reports are that you did receive?
So, I mean, I guess that's ultimately up to the commission to determine because it was your requirements. But so the commission has requested let me screen share. The commission has requested that the information outlined below be submitted for review at the March 14th, 2024 meeting, and that the soil scientist be present at the meeting to address any questions that the commission may have. The information requested includes wetland/water courses investigation. We have not received that. And impact assessment. Identification of on-site resources and impacts to those resources from recent activities. Map of hydrological flow, explanation of how the features on site are hydrologically connected, testing of the soil material placed predominantly in the northwest corner of the site activity. So we've received number 3. I would argue we've not received 1 and 2.
That's not true, Jamie, because Paul showed in his map which direction the water was flowing based on the way it was entering the site.
So we do have bare. Is this what you're referring to, Kevin?
I can't see what you're showing, but all I know is this report had a diagram on it, showed which way the water was flowing. And his conclusion was that nothing that was filled in that site was impacting the water. And the conclusion, you all have the report. So it's not like I'm making it up. You can all read it. At the end of his conclusion was there was nothing in that site that we brought in that was impacting the wetlands.
I mean, this report is specific to 2 criteria. I don't know if that's what I mean, I think that response to the 3rd item the commission had raised, and perhaps this sketch satisfies the hydrological flow question that I believe Commissioner Boda brought up. It's only a small portion of the site, and I have to admit from I mean, I'm not sure what I'm honestly looking at here, because what I'm looking at here. Okay. Yeah, I think that one of the questions being asked was, where does the water from this water course flow relative to the water course over by the area where the landscaping business is now occupied? So essentially, there's this water course that comes from the northwest portion of the site and travels eastward. And the question was, does that connect with the water course that travels southward towards the highway?
Well, we know it does, but we know it travels off our site, goes into the middle of somebody else's site, travels underneath the pipe and then underneath the road to the area that you're talking where the landscaper is. There's no way that, that's not described. And what we initially talked about was, which way does the water flow? Does it come? We were on the main site now talking about the drainage ditch in the middle. Does it flow towards the north and hit that water course? And that's what it does do. And that Paul's map shows that.
Yeah, I'll defer to the commission on that one. It might be satisfactory. I would still say that we don't have that wetlands investigation, and we don't have something addressing the wetland / watercourse impacts. And Matt Davison, I think, did touch on, he said off the top of his head, the way that the drainage is flowing. There, could be some, I don't want to paraphrase incorrectly, but some buffer plantings that could help reduce impacts to the watercourse area. So that part has not been addressed for the commission to review.
This is Commissioner Bassman. And Jamie, we don't have any information regarding the newly cleared area that was close to the wetland on as you look at the map, the right side?
No.
As potential impact?
No, we have not received anything.
I guess the question is, did we ask?
I would say that would be part of the wetland / watercourse investigation and impact assessment. Identification of on-site resources being wetlands and watercourses, and any impact to the resources from recent activities.
Yep.
That's not fair. We supplied everything that you asked for. We were at the walkthrough. You asked us to sample the water as it came onto the site and as it left the site, and we did that. As far as the impacted site where the clearing was done down below, originally had asked for silt fencing to be put up and everything else. Nobody ever asked us to sample any water down there That's unfair to keep dragging this further along.
We're not.
As far as no, as far as the wetland survey, Matt already described. He will submit a report if you want it. He recommended that we plant grass along the edges of the swale, which we did. It's unfair to keep dragging this along and asking for simple things this way and that way. If you have a cumulative list, you should have submitted already, but you haven't.
Mr. O'Neill, listen, Mr.
No,
O'Neill.
no, I'm sorry.
No.
I was there.
I'm gonna interrupt you for a moment. That is my prerogative. So, listen, we're trying very hard to work with you. You did not do this ahead of time. We are playing catch up. We're trying to make heads or tails. I'm looking at this this report that has been submitted. I'm trying to see how it demonstrates hydrological flow. These are things that can be avoided when you do applications ahead of time instead of. So I understand your frustration, and it's important that you also recognize that doing this on the other side, this could have been avoided by coming ahead with an application instead of doing all of this work and then getting upset because we're trying to play catch up. So I would ask you to keep that in mind.
I understand.
As you're speaking to our staff person who's trying to make sure that everything is done just right. It's 9:15. Everybody tends to get a little short-tempered. So I would like you to keep that in mind, that we are trying to play catch up. And this is an unusual situation. It's a significant amount of clearing and without a permit. So please temper yourself.
I understand that, Commissioner Basserman. I would like also to, Boda, I'm sorry. I would also like to say that you also witnessed that there's tires and all kinds of debris in this ditch. And now all of a sudden we're trying to make this a pristine watercourse, which it's not ever going to be. It flows off my site to somebody else's site and comes back to me. There's trash on all sides. I've been extremely accommodating. I'm willing to do whatever I need to do to make this problem or issue go away. But the clearing was minimal clearing. We're talking about low underbrush. There was no significant trees cleared or anything like that. All the aerials show that there was nothing significant there cleared. So I understand where you're coming from. I understand the time constraint. I understand how the staff has done a great job here. However, this needs to come to a conclusion. It can't be just an ongoing. We've been at this 6 months now. It's not fair.
Well, this is Commissioner Bassman. What you might consider insignificant clearing may not be the same purview that this commission has. So
Commissioner Ambassador, I understand, except that you walked the site, you personally were there.
Yep.
You saw it was cleared. You saw extensive debris that I never put there that's still in those areas. And I'm not mandated to move those debris. I'd love to move them and clear it all out and make it a better thing. But I'm not mandated to do that. And so now we're making a big deal out of a lot of things that don't pertain. So let's be, proactive. I'm tired of being in a defensive position here. I'm a good citizen. I own tons of property in Branford. I'm a significant taxpayer, and I'm tired of being run through this ringer here. Come up with something clear and concise that you want me to do that I haven't done. I've already done. You asked me to submit a water sample survey, a soil sample, the wetlands, what was below what I filled. You've already heard from Matt that there was nothing there that I impacted. So where are we going here?
This is Commissioner Bassman again. If all of that stuff was done as part of an application, all right, we'd be at this from square one. But it wasn't. But the same things that we're asking for now is what we would have asked for if it were an application. So you're not...
Commissioner Bastian, you were there. You saw tires and everything in the water course. That's not even on my property going into this thing. Why are we talking about this?
I'm not talking about tires.
There's impact to this.
There's impacts on your property, not just the tires that are not on your property.
There's impacts that clearly existed prior to this occurrence, and that is not what we're discussing because, yes, we understand it was an existing condition. There clearly have been new activities that have occurred, and it is within the commission's purview to review those activities per their regulations for any additional impacts to wetlands and watercourses. There's been significant amount of material moved adjacent to the edges of watercourses, and I think the commission was very lax in the approach they've taken. This is a notice of violation. The commission has requested that you get a soil scientist out there to make a recommendation of how this can be remedied. They're leaving it very open-ended, and they're just looking for something that they can review relative to their purview to address the activity that has happened, not what has historically been going on. They're not looking for you to fix the previous use of the site. They want to identify and have an understanding of how the site is going to be used, be confident that there's going to be no further impact to wetlands and watercourses, that there has been no impact to wetlands and watercourses, and that there's stabilization of soils adjacent to wetland and watercourse areas. So, I mean, you certainly have taken a lot of good steps in getting this resolved, and I think we're all kind of frustrated because this has been going on for a while, and there is a lot of unknown things with this site. And I think the main thing is having the soil scientists complete the investigation. I understand that, you know, it kind of got some unexpected results, so it's going to take a bit longer potentially. But I think doing that investigation of the wetland resources, but also identifying any potential impacts from those activities in stabilization is important, and it gives the commission something that they can review. Right now, they have very limited information. They do have some of the information that has been requested, and you have installed erosion controls, but that's a temporary solution, and we need a long-term solution.
Commissioner Papantonis, as I recall, we were planning on asking for much more, but because Mr. O'Neill had been cooperative and willing to work with us, we asked for less than we had initially wanted. And now we're still left with a lot of questions because what's underneath this, underneath the fill turns out to be flummoxing everybody. It shouldn't be there. And we still have to figure out what we're going to do to limit the impact of the fill that was put there without a permit.
This is Commissioner Goklowski. Was that fill put there prior, or when was that fill put there? I mean, is it the property owners? Did he put that fill there? I don't think Kevin, intentionally tried to do anything wrong. He has done, from what I've seen, if we've asked for something, he's attempted to take care of it. He installed the erosion controls right away. He tested the water. I remember us asking for the water flow coming from the property and exiting the property, and he tested the water. So at this stage of the game, I think we have to work a little hand in hand. I don't think he intentionally tried to do anything wrong when he was clearing his property. I just don't get, he was trying to do something wrong. And I think there has to be a give and take situations on both sides of the aisle right now. And so we can come to a resolution that's equitable for everybody.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Batman. Unfortunately, our regulations don't consider intent, whether it was willful or not. We are faced with a number of issues on this property that have got to get resolved, and they are not yet resolved.
Commissioner Basserman, I understand that. However, we've done everything that was the commissions have asked for. We sampled the water. The water coming in is not been impacted by what we put there. It was a marginal water course at best, if we want to even consider that. the water that you're saying that was impacted by additional clearing is coming off the site onto the site. I'm not sure where we're going here. We didn't clear any additional area that's impacting. You're not saying that the additional clearing area, which is, you know, southerly of the site, was something that's impacting the wetlands.
Jamie Frederick, inland wetland agent. The first time I met with you out on site, we talked about that clearing, the bare soil, and that erosion controls needed to be installed. You immediately installed erosion controls, which I am thankful for. And some of the stockpiles adjacent to the watercourse were pulled away, and the one that remained had additional erosion controls installed on the lower side to further protect the watercourse. So that was a good initial response to the notice of violation until it could be brought to the commission. The concern was there for long-term stabilization, and I mentioned the commission may likely require a planting plan to stabilize that area and ensure that the cleared bare soil area that did not exist previously was not going to be an erosion issue for that watercourse. So yes, concerns have been raised relative to that activity from the get-go. And then the additional area that was identified for concerns was the area where the reddish fill material has been placed. I mean, it's all over the site, but in that particular corner. And you've done a lot of the steps, and you have the soil scientist here. He has responded to the initial concerns, and he has said that he can respond to some of these additional outstanding concerns that the commission may have. So I'm going to just take a minute and ask your wetland scientist, what kind of time frame would he think he would need to respond to these additional concerns that are being discussed? And does he have any concerns or questions regarding these concerns that are being discussed?
I'd like to stop that first. I understand what you're saying, Jamie. And yes, we have and will continue to be the most accommodating we can. However, you're asking about stuff that's at the north end of the site that we filled the red material in, which, you know, even, you know, Matt suggested where we put the hay roll, where we plant contractors mix to get grass growing before it enters the swale. But now you're looping in the below part of the site where the clearing was done, which was previously not even questioned in the last meeting. Like, as long as the erosion controls were in place and we moved the piles out of the way, that was fine. Now all of a sudden, now we're talking about that again. Why? Either we have a clear, concise what we're addressing or not, and I don't see that now. I thought the below site information was all handled because we put erosion controls in place where the piles were. We moved the piles away from the water course, and I thought we were now only addressing stuff on the north end of the site. And it seems like we're trying to open up to everything again.
Jamie Frederick and Wetland agent. I don't think that the west or eastern portion of the site was ever taken off the table as being an area of concern. And additionally, when I went out today, there was another pile of material placed near the edge of the top of the bank to the watercourse. So I definitely think there needs to be something to address the long-term stabilization and making sure that there's no additional activity that the commission should be regulating occurring without review by the commission. So
this is Commissioner Boda. I think part of the issue that we're having is this kind of after the fact notice of violation. And so Mr. O'Neill, I think it would probably be helpful if, I don't know if you have already looked at what is required for an application, because what Jamie was talking about earlier with how is the site going to be used, the stabilization of the site, impact and impact to and mitigation for wetland resources. Those are all things that when anything comes before us, we need to, whether that was enumerated at the last meeting or not, like those are the standard pieces that we need when dealing with a wetland issue. I don't know if the intent is an after the fact application, and maybe that would simplify things. It will not make it faster, but it will perhaps help you kind of understand that it's, you know, whether we say wetland A or wetland B, or we're only talking about wetland A, the regulations, we are responsible for making sure that all wetlands and water courses are protected within the town of Branford. And so there are regulations that you have to meet, and it may be helpful to look at what is required when you're doing work in or around, and you need an application for a wetland permit. Because I understand you're like, hey, you said do this, do that. But the thing is that the commission doesn't create applications for people. Like, that is specifically something that we don't do. People bring applications to us, and then we're like, oh, you know, you this, that, or the other, you forgot something, but we don't create plans for people. And it sounds like that is kind of what you're thinking, that we're creating this plan for you, but we didn't do that. And so what Jamie is asking, what we've been talking about, are all pretty normal stuff. So it may be helpful for you to talk to Mr. Davison about what this can look like, and then you bring us back that plan, because I am trying to make heads or tails of the hydrological flow map. It is not a standard way for us to get a map. I'm looking at the data that's produced, and it's going to take me a minute to process that, but that's not typical ways that we get maps. So I'm not discounting it. I'm glad that it's there, and I will try to make heads or tails of it. But I would say that it would make sense for you to connect to with Mr. Davison about the impact and mitigation plan. And also maybe just have look at what is required for an application, because it may be that you're wanting us to make a plan for you, and we don't do that, which is probably why you're frustrated and we're frustrated, because we're doing stuff that we can do.
This is Commissioner Goklowski. I think at this stage of the game, I don't think Mr. O'Neill intended to think that. I don't think he realized that he was in violation of anything by doing work on his own property. And I think that's probably where the frustration level is, because I know our frustration level too. And I'm not saying to do any passing or, just close your eyes, but I think we have to understand that he probably didn't realize that he was doing something wrong. Because actually he's cleaned up the property considerably, considering what it used to look like. So we have to take that in consideration too. But he went through great costs to clean up the property. So I think what we have to do is, we don't like to work hand in hand with a property owner or tell them how to go through the process. But I think he didn't intend to do anything wrong, and we have to look at it that way as well.
This Commissioner Papantonis, problem is that there's a legal maxim: ignorance of the law is no excuse, and we still have to follow the regulations. We're bound by the law. We don't have a choice.
This is Commissioner Begeman. This is we're still working under notice of violation. Correct? A cease and correct, would that offer us and the property owner any more clarity, or would that help this situation? It would mean that they can't use the land until everything is corrected, correct? Is that right?
Jamie Frederick, and the wetland agent. Yes, cease and correct. Yeah, that would, unless the commission outlined that specific activity could be ongoing. Usually that activity is restricted to a maintenance of erosion controls. I don't know, given the fact that, the commission has taken this amount of time to try and work with the property owner, that moving to a cease and correct order is warranted, unless, unless the commission feels that more information is needed and the owner is not willing to provide it. Then I think the appropriate thing would be a cease and correct, so that way he's noticed and made aware of what could happen if he doesn't comply. I think this is kind of blown out of proportion a little bit. As Commissioner Boda pointed out, it is late. it sounds like Matt Davison and the owner have already talked about a lot of the things that the commission is asking for in that first point that I feel has not been addressed. So I think that that discussion has already by and large occurred, and it's a matter of documenting it for the commission to review and process. Whether the commission requires an after the fact permit for this, I think on the in the sense of what the owner was saying about this you know, morphing as we slowly get more and more information, I think that that's something the commission should try and address this evening, so that way the owner knows if that's a requirement or if this is something that can be addressed in light of the fact that while there has been some additional activity that should have been permitted, you know, there has also been some benefits to the site, arguably by the removal of the junk material on site. I don't know if that's a compromise the commission is willing to make, but I think that direction is owed to the property owner. Yeah.
So Commissioner Begeman, I feel like that there's been a misunderstanding about what is required. That's clear from tonight, that there's been a misunderstanding. And if the property owner and Matt Davison and Jamie can work together to, you know, to bring something to the next meeting, which would address everything that we've talked about, including the southern area of that clearing, etc., all the pieces, including perhaps a better report from about the hydrology, better meaning more complete, with a report that says the water flows in this direction, etc. The reason why the red clay color is downstream is whatever. I would have expected something like that in a hydrology report. I don't know if that would get us anywhere, but that's what I'm thinking.
So to be honest, the red clay hasn't migrated. And that's what the hydrology report that we already submitted showed.
Is Commissioner Bassman, I guess, Mr. Are you willing to pull together with Matt's help a report that addresses both areas, both the northern area and southern area, and submit that for Jamie's review so that we can post it on next meeting's agenda for discussion, which I guess would be 2 weeks from now?
I am absolutely, willing to do that. I just think that this morphed. We weren't talking about the southern portion. We were only talking about the northern portion. And now we want to lump them together. I'm fine with it. I just need clear direction as to what you're asking for.
I think Commissioner Begeman did a good job of indicating what would be needed in that report.
I agree. As of now, that's what it is. That's what we'll comply with.
I think there was a lot of focus on the fill material that was brought in at the last meeting. And so maybe it wasn't clear what was being requested. But yeah, would 2 weeks be enough time to get that information submitted?
This is Commissioner Boda. I see that what is it? Howard Ave is continued until April 25th. And the last meeting ended at 11:52. And I do not think it's wise to put some of those things that require attention like this to start that conversation at 11 o'clock. I don't think that's wise at all. So I would say move it to, and Mr. O'Neill, I'm sure you do not want to sit through that. I don't want to sit through it, but I'm sure you do not want to sit through that public hearing. So I would say May 9th.
I am fine with that. I want to make sure Matt, who's going to be responding to the balance of what we need to do here, is okay with that as well.
I am okay with that, and I also don't want to sit through that next meeting either for Howard Ave. And I'll also say that I do think there's a significant opportunity for improvement here, given this property's history and what's there now. You're essentially starting with a clean slate, and I think there are, just looking at it as a wetland scientist, there's a lot of opportunity here with really not a whole lot of effort to improve the site here, particularly the wetlands, and more particularly the tributaries to larger, off-site water courses where you're getting a meaningful return on investment.
Those are good words. So we agree, we push it off to May 9th for that opportunity to discuss this property again.
All right, ideally with the report submitted by like May 2nd, so we can get it distributed to the commissioners beforehand.
I will do that, Jamie.
Thank you, guys. Other business. 1151 West Main Street. Bank, grocery store, and associated site improvements, mitigation area. We're keep talking about this request to modify the plan. Jamie, what's going on here?
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. So we've received some additional insight on the mitigation area and how it functions. I've received a revised plan that kind of addresses the area of the mitigation per discussion at the last meeting where this was discussed. I've not gotten written responses in regards to the questions that were raised. However, we do have, I believe, both project engineer and soil scientist present, so hopefully they can address any outstanding concerns or comments. And so yeah, essentially there was wetland mitigation area. A portion of it was identified not to have the intended hydrology. Somewhat recently, the soil scientist went on site and made some observations. So I'll let him speak to those. I think some of the questions I have is in regards to the original construction sequence and the proposed work. What extent of activity is being proposed versus assumed to be completed. And I will hand it over from there. Let me know if you want me to screen share anything or if you would find it easier to screen share to be able to point. I think you're muted.
You want me to get started, Matt?
Looks like he's...
Yeah. So for the record, Matt Davison, professional wetland scientist, professional soil scientist, Davison Environmental in Guilford, Connecticut. I want to, just for the record, be clear here that I am not under contract to work on this site. I have not been under contract to work on the site for years. So I'm here just as a citizen with some knowledge of this area and having seen it intermittently over the course of several years since it was constructed. So I have no contract to be supporting this at this point. As Jamie stated, the issue with this wetland mitigation, well, there's two issues really that were plaguing this thing from early on, and that was an area that didn't have proper hydrology, and that was also infested with an upland invasive species that proliferated in there, and was preventing the native, that in addition to not having the hydrology, was preventing the plantings from taking in these areas or this area. So more recently, I visited the site after a recent rain. It was actually I was on a site walk with Jamie for the Kia thing. I don't know the date of that, Jamie. It was a couple of weeks ago, but I did go back to the site to look at this site after that rain. And I was encouraged by what I saw there, and I shared an email with Jamie with photos. What I observed at that time was that, so prior to this inspection, I had never seen this area fully inundated. I had never seen an actual hydraulic connection to the adjacent wetland, which in our plans was referred to as wetland 2. It's at the rear of the property. It's kind of to the right of where you see the home place label there. So if you recall, there was an existing wetland at the end of home place, and the whole concept with this wetland mitigation plan was really to enhance 2 wetland functions. Yes, so what we were looking to do was to enhance 2 wetland functions associated with this wetland 2, which we thought would fit the local area. This is obviously the end of home place. It's a densely developed area. This area picks up a lot of stormwater runoff from home place. Essentially, the road drains down into wetland 2. So what we were looking to do is expand the storage volume of wetland 2, essentially enhance flood flow alteration functions in this wetland. And we were also looking to enhance water quality functions by virtue of, if wetland 2 floods into this creation area and it's densely vegetated with emergent vegetation, it's essentially, attenuating pollutants, et cetera. And up until recent, we hadn't seen that happen. We had proper hydrology within a portion of the wetland, but not throughout. And I had never observed a hydraulic connection to this area from wetland 2. But when I did go out a couple weeks ago after a heavy rain, I did observe what we had intended for this wetland to do from the start, which was to enhance the water quality functions and the flood flow alteration functions. So at a high level, what are the deficiencies here that will continue to be here without wetland hydrology? And this will dovetail into I think there was a question about, could you perch this wetland essentially? Could you create wetland hydrology here? My answer to that would be no. You'd actually be reducing the functions that you're looking to enhance here by doing that, because you would essentially reduce the capacity of the flood flow alteration functions because you're inhibiting infiltration. You would also be inhibiting water quality functions, because if you're inundating the wetland, for a long period of time, you're not getting the vegetation to water interaction that you would ideally want with a lower volume or a lower depth wetland where it's flooding in and interacting with the emergent vegetation. Where the wetland would be without the wetland hydrology, where there is some deficiency, is that without hydric soils also play a role in pollutant attenuation. So they're like sponges and they attenuate pollutants. But what I'll say is that that's a relatively minor component here. I think you're getting more pollutant attenuation by interaction with the dense emergent vegetation. And I think the flood flow alteration function enhancement is meaningful here, given its location in this developed area, sort of wedged between a street and houses and railroad tracks. I think adding a capacity is a good thing. And the other thing that came to mind when I saw this is that clearly we're in a weather pattern here, a climate pattern, however you want to say it, that we are seeing more frequent storms, larger storms, longer duration storms, and this is obviously going to continue. So the fact that I'm seeing this now with these longer duration, heavier rains, I would anticipate that this will continue. It will not be consistent. So that's the other thing where you're kind of losing out a bit. So you're not going to have consistent wetland hydrology here. It's not going to consistently, or at least a portion of it's not going to consistently function like wetland, but it will enhance those wetland functions that we were intending for it to enhance from the start. And I do think those functions are meaningful. Some of the things that have been done, since my initial inspections and year one inspections, when I started noticing the invasives, is and I don't know how much the commission's been brought up to speed on this, but all habitat was brought in. They were treating the mugwort. The mugwort, there's still some mugwort in there, but far away, much, much less. There's very little of it now. And what Matt's presenting here is really some plantings that I had suggested in one of my first reports when I realized that you didn't have the proper hydrology there. And rather than try to bring a machine in and fight it and try to excavate down, which I learned afterwards, there's something underlying there that was preventing them from getting deeper and getting the proper hydrology. But I had proposed some clusters of gray dogwood, which is sort of a tall shrub, or it's a shrubby tree essentially, or it's a shrub that it can fix nitrogen. It spreads easily. It grows in clusters that provide habitat for some species. So I thought that it would be the easiest thing to get established here and also provide the most benefit. The issue with trying to get emergence reestablished in here, and we talked about it on site at one point, I think you'd be left with like, you'd have to drill seed it or something. Because what you wouldn't want to do is go in here and wholesale excavate the area and try to reestablish everything. It's just too much. So I think this is a reasonable solution to some inadequacies from the initial construction. And again, with my recent observations, I think that the wetland functions that we were looking to enhance from the start they are being enhanced, at least during larger storm events. I don't know if you have any more photos you could share, Jamie. I didn't give too many, but they do show some pretty substantial inundation in there after that rain event. This is one, again, looking towards home place. There was a couple more I thought that I had. Yeah. And this is looking from the wetlands. So this is showing that hydraulic connection to wetland 2, looking back towards the development. So to the right there is a surface water conveyance. That is, the wetland 2 is directly to the right of my arrow there. So there is interaction between the two wetlands, which is really what we were looking to do. So we've substantially enhanced the storage volume of the pre-existing wetland. And again, the overflow is into an area that's densely vegetated with emergent vegetation. So you're getting, it's essentially functioning like a stormwater wetland. And I think it's benefiting the local area. Yeah, that's a close-up view of the hydraulic connection. You can actually see there's a wattle that was never pulled that's still sitting in the upland there. But yeah, there's a good view of the pre-existing wetland 2 and the hydraulic connection to the wetland we created. And some of that berm was left in there because we had tall trees in there. We didn't want to excavate out all the tall trees in there. We were essentially creating a connection where it made the most sense. There's another connection on the far side of the wetland that is also, there's also a surface water connection, and that connection is a little more robust, actually. The connection on the far side is connected more frequently. This is the first time I saw these two areas connect.
This is Commissioner Begemon, and I went back and looked at your reports from like 2022 in November when you had gone out there, when you were working for them. I think that was the first year reports, and things weren't doing well, but it had been a severe drought that year. So does that I mean, we're getting a lot of rain now, and maybe, I mean, would you say that severe drought at the beginning of this whole project may have made it look like it was less successful than it possibly is?
Certainly that, but the other thing that was sort of dovetailing into that observation was the fact that where we were seeing it, the improper hydrology, I was also seeing improper soils. So the soil was not a true wetland soil. It was probably fill that was brought in from somewhere else, and that's why the mugwort was in there. So that was part of the problem too. I'm being, fully disclosing, being fully honest here.
This is Commissioner Begemon. You had said that they had put like less soil than what had.
And it didn't have the proper amount of organics. So when you create a wetland soil, when you typically call for 12% organics. And what does that look like in a soil? That's very, very organically enriched. So you're looking at something you're looking at essentially a topsoil that's been enriched with compost and probably some leaf compost and leaf mold, and essentially what you find in the bottom of a wetland. Some parts of the wetland had good topsoil, which was supporting the wetland vegetation, in conjunction with the hydrology, but this area was a little higher. And then when you factor in, you had the upland soils too, it was not supporting the wetland vegetation.
This is Commissioner Begemon again. So in that case, would it make sense to add better soil, or is it too late for
The
that?
problem then is, yeah, so there's a few problems here. One is access. And two, you would actually be making the hydrology worse by adding more material because you're raising the elevation. So you would have to excavate and then put something back. But again, that gets back to when they first created this area. Apparently there was some type of refusal there, or there was something in the ground there. I think Matt knows more than me, but there was some concrete or buried asphalt, something that prevented them to get to the depth that we had anticipated initially. So in the fact that it's flooded now, my sense would be to not add any more. I think I wouldn't want to raise the elevation at all. I think it's good the way it is.
Thank you.
Commissioner Basserman. So are you basically saying that we're going to see a wetland that waxes and wanes based on the hydrology?
It's going to function more like a detention basin, essentially. There are parts of the wetland that are functioning as a wetland. So over towards the development side where it's slightly lower and there's more topsoil, there's legitimate wetland hydrology and wetland plants in there, and there have been for a while. That would be on the left-hand side of the photo here. There's that whole section there going back towards the houses is all supporting wetland vegetation and wetland hydrology, and it's also connecting to wetland 2 down near the houses on the far side there. But the other area to the right there, yes, that area there is not supporting wetland hydrology. And like you said, it would be intermittently flooded, probably in the spring, like we're seeing now, potentially in the fall. But again, when you're trying to enhance flood flow alterations in a developed landscape, that's sort of what you want it to do. You don't want it flooding, people's properties. You don't want it flooding railroad tracks. You don't want it flooding areas that don't usually flood, where it's pulling material out of those areas that you don't want to drain back into the wetland. So this provides the wetland a large area to drain into that's densely vegetated with emergent vegetation and will benefit the existing wetland there.
And to add to that, Matt Bruton here from BL Companies. I know Matt Davison wasn't part of the discussion at the last hearing, and I wasn't able to give you guys numbers on the fly. Jamie, if you want to go back to that actual map, the area of wetland creation, I was able to label that correctly. So the area that Matt's pointing at here, that is truly what we intended, was about 12,000 square feet. So that's a little over the one to one ratio. Obviously, the portion that Matt said is, intermittently successful in the spring and potentially the fall. That's about 7,000. So I know we initially shot for 2 to 1, knowing that obviously there's the abilities for some of it to be less successful. We still have above 1 to 1, which I believe is, Jamie, your regulation in terms of wetland creation. So just wanted to point that out. We did label those numbers of total square foot area on the plan. And again, the owner of this property isn't the owner that initially permitted this and constructed it. The new owner. That other one is since long and gone. And this new owner does have a sense of responsibility to correct this and add these additional plantings that, as Matt said, will be successful here, given the intermittent nature of the flow. So, and again, it's a good time to plant if the commission deems it fit to put that in there.
Jamie Frederick in the wetland agent, just to clarify for the commissioners, the standard requirement is 2 to 1 mitigation, not to be reduced to less than 1 to 1. I did have a question in regards to the proposed plantings and the periodic flooding of this area. Would these plantings be okay with that condition?
Yeah, gray dogwood, you'll typically find it on the margin of wetlands and even into wetlands. It's very tolerant. One of the reasons I thought it would be a good choice is it's very tolerant of a variety of different soil types, hydrology, fertility, and it also spreads very easily through root suckering. So once you get those clusters in, I suspect it'll expand a little from there. But yes, I chose that particularly because I thought it would be more resilient and easier to be established.
So as far as the implementation of this plan, I'm assuming the access road would be used to bring the plant material back. What kind of ground disturbance would there be? Would it be just planting in the existing material? Would there be some sort of would there be any introduction of more suitable soils in the immediate planting location on the planting holes? Any just walk us through kind of what the activity proposed to occur is.
I think that you can still get to the site from the stone access road, right, Matt?
I believe so. Yeah. Last time
Yeah.
I was there, I think that's still true. Yeah.
Yeah, up and around. But that was the other reason we sort of chose this, because in all likelihood, these will just be 1 gallon pots or number 1 pots, and it'll literally be a 1 gallon planting hole. I'm assuming they will provide some type of soil amendment to the hole, which they typically do, which is usually just like a slow release fertilizer or something, just to help the plant get established. But with the dogwood, you really don't need to do much. It doesn't need fertile soils. It'll grow in almost anything. And you typically see it colonizing sites that are recently abandoned and disturbed. So I would envision just handwork. I would envision them bringing the plant material as close as they can to the area, and then just literally walking the shrubs out and laying them out on the ground, and then digging the holes and then putting them in.
Is that work that you feel needs to have oversight from a wetland scientist, or something that can be done based off of this drawing?
I think it could be done off the drawing. I think you would, want some type of landscape person there to oversee it, and I know BL has landscape people. So, I mean, someone with a landscape background, certainly. It doesn't hurt to lay things out and then have it looked at before they actually put them in the ground. It's not a big cost, and it is helpful. I do find sometimes that when they're laid out by like a regular landscape person that's used to doing commercial sites, it may look a little linear, it may not look natural. So that's usually the only adjustments that I would make with someone in the field, in just natural clusters, essentially.
This is Commissioner Boda, given where we are and the lack of care put into the first piece with the soil, not just putting in regular soil, I would say anything ought to be very clearly written down and overseen. I don't have confidence right now. I understand there's a new owner. We're at 1-to-1, and I'm not at all happy about it. So I think everything needs to be clearly written down and followed very carefully and overseen.
And Commissioner Boda, BL did obviously the landscaping plan here based on Matt's recommendations, and we're happy to, oversee and provide a report and pictures and schedule that with Jamie if needed, and to have her observe as well. But understood.
This is Commissioner Basserman, and Jamie, what do we typically do when it's a modification of plan regarding monitoring?
I don't know that there is a typically in this case.
Start over the 5 years. Start the 5 years over.
So that was going to be a question. It's a question put forth to the applicant to address. I don't think I received a response. So ultimately, it would be a question for the commission, as interested in their feedback. So, I mean, they have done the first 2 years of monitoring. Clearly, there's a significant portion of area which it may not be wetland creation, but certainly it's part of the wetland mitigation aspect of this application, and warrants mitigation. So the question is, does it restart with the first year of monitoring? I
don't see, Commissioner Bassman, I don't see, given the relatively brief history on this, and its maybe lack of success would be a kind way to say it, why we wouldn't want to restart the clock and, let's see where we're at 5 years from now.
And it may
I mean, this is as much a learning lesson as it is monitoring for any other reason.
it may provide interesting results as far as what does happen with the area, depending on what the climate is over the next 5 years.
Right.
I mean, obviously the soils aren't what was expected, and the elevations aren't quite what they were expected either. So but
planned, Jamie, just for Commissioner Boda, planned, what was planned, not expected, but what was in their plan.
Understood. So I think that the commission needs to, so for a modification, generally, it would be a motion from the commission whether to approve or not approve. I don't know if the commission has any more information they feel that is needed at this time. And we are, in that spring planting season, so it would be somewhat ideal to, make sure that this happens this growing season. There was some discussion about having written materials and oversight. I don't know if that's something the commission is comfortable having further reviewed administratively prior to implementation, or if that's something that you would want to review. I know our April 25th meeting is very booked, and I'd be hesitant to push it out to May 9th because then we're starting to get late with planting materials.
This is Commissioner Goklowski. I think we should move forward and allow them to at least get the planning started now, and in the fall take a look-see and see how the things are progressing, because the plants would have an opportunity to take in the next few months, and then we can monitor it in the spring again. But we got to get, if they're willing to plant, let's get them to plant so we can get it started and move in the right direction rather than delaying this any longer.
This is Commissioner Begeman. For the invasives, do we want to restart the clock for invasive management as well for this section or for the whole?
So that actually raises another good question that I wanted to ask. So it says non-native invasive species shall be eradicated or removed from areas prior to start of mitigation, revegetation, construction. After invasive eradication or removal is complete, seed disturbed areas with conservation seed mix. So I guess I'd want clarification. Is that like after initial treatment this growing season, or are you looking to wait? I mean, it doesn't seem like you're waiting until the 5 years of invasives is done, because that just doesn't track with getting everything done in a reasonable time. So can the applicant just kind of explain what's going on there and what the area would it be overseeding with the conservation seed mix in areas that
Oh, maybe I'll let Matt speak to it, but that note may have been, because that was something from the initial construction sequence, because if you recall, this whole area was all knotweed initially. So our initial plan was to get rid of the invasives first and then plant, and that's what was done here. So I'm not sure if that's a holdover note or if that's actually what is being planned now.
I think it's a holdover note, but Matt, I think maybe confirm if you were out there recently. I think the invasive species that has been done, right? That's been done, and it's been done at the rate that the commission requested after the initial construction. So if the commission obviously wants us to restart that period over again, that's fine. Don't know if I think it's been relatively successful to what it can be. All Habitat has provided those reports. So obviously I think the goal is obviously to continue that and then to supplement with these plantings that we've shown on the plan here.
Jamie Frederick in the wetland agent. Yeah, so I know All Habitat has been out there, and usually that's a couple of years program, and it overlaps with the 5 years of monitoring, and ideally by the end of those 5 years of persistent management, you have the vegetation established enough and the invasives knocked back enough that you don't need that aggressive program moving forward. But so I guess what I would be thinking is that if the commission were to approve this plan, the planting would happen this spring planting season, and the invasive species management would continue But certainly the planting and the invasive species management should be planned so that all habitat isn't going out right after you plant or potentially, right before.
Understood. Yeah.
Yeah. The other thing too is the mugwort is pretty well controlled now. I mean, there's still some sporadic mugwort in there, but it's certainly nothing like what it was. It's night and day. The monitoring reports will pick up the invasives as mine did. I mean, my initial monitoring report noted the invasives, and I think that's where things started to go awry because my initial monitoring report said you need to treat these immediately or you're going to have a problem, and nothing was done, and then it became a problem. I think it's important if you're monitoring to identify those invasives quickly and treat them before they proliferate. You may have a little pause here with invasive treatment, but you will be back. This will not be free of invasives for even a year. But the thing is the high point to that is that after the initial treatments that All Habitat did, the successive treatments become easier and easier. And essentially it'll get to a point where you're in, and we're probably getting close there, where if you're going out every spring, you're literally just spot treating for an hour or so. And you're applying very little herbicide to keep things under control. And ideally, as the native vegetation starts to get established, it becomes even easier. But there will be follow-up treatments. But it'll be important that the monitoring reports capture those invasives early, especially with mugwort, because mugwort proliferates quickly.
Any additional comments or questions from the commission?
This is Commissioner Boda. I think to Jamie's earlier question, for it to come to staff to review so that things can move more expeditiously.
As far as the actual, kind of construction sequence, if you will, for how the activity will occur.
Yes.
And, okay. And is oversight by a wetland scientist or landscape architect sufficient, or do you want it to specifically be a wetland scientist?
I think either is fine as long as they are certified and a professional.
And then are you looking to have the monitoring restart?
Yes.
And then monitoring should be done by, again, a wetland scientist or.
Yeah, I would say a wetland scientist. Yeah.
Like. Is there any other concerns or outstanding comments?
This is Commissioner Basserman. I guess the monitoring, was that for both plantings as well as invasives? I think we need to be specific about that, I think, if it is.
You mean as far as restarting?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, so I think kind of to what Matt Davison was saying, I think both should restart, and it might not be that there needs to be aggressive invasive monitoring that full time period, but the report should be reflecting what's needed and what's needed should be accomplished.
Mm-hmm.
Because there will be some soil disturbance going in there and planting these new plants and. Okay, restart monitoring plantings and invasive. So does somebody want to make a motion with, staff to review the construction sequence? To move forward with this?
Well, I'll make a motion, this is Commissioner Bass, make a motion that 1151 West Main Street, Inland Wetland, 191101, that the plan to modify the mitigation area be accepted upon review by the Inland Wetland staff regarding a construction sequence and the monitoring plan for both plantings and invasives that is part of that modification for a period of 5 years.
This is Commissioner Begeman. I second that.
Any further discussion? Did I miss anything in that all-inclusive list? Okay, we'll take a
Maybe
roll.
just identify that new plantings should be overseen by wetland scientist or landscape architect.
That's perfectly acceptable to me.
Commissioner Begeman accepts that amendment.
Okay, take a vote. Commissioner Gokowski,
Commissioner Gokowski, aye.
Commissioner Begeman,
Commissioner Begeman, aye.
Commissioner Fanaro,
Commissioner Finaro, aye.
Commissioner Boda,
Commissioner Boda abstain.
Commissioner Armrod,
Commissioner Ormrod, aye.
Commissioner Papatonis,
Commissioner Papantonis abstain.
Commissioner Basserman, aye. Okay. Inland Wetland
Thank you very
13,
much.
Inland Wetland 130603, 47 Gould Lane. Open space residential development, a request for the release of the bond. Jamie, you've had some conversation with the developer here?
Yes, so Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland agent. So this is project where the development work has been completed. Monitoring started last year of the plantings. So I'm gonna start by pulling up 1 minute. I'm gonna pull up an aerial image just to kind of show everyone what we're talking about. I'm not sure if all of the commissioners on the board are familiar with this property.
Can you clarify which are we talking about? Which bond are we talking about?
So there's only a bond in place for the plantings and monitoring. We do not have an erosion control bond. I think that may have occurred because planning and zoning has an erosion control bond. This predates my time with the department, so the only thing I think is planning and zoning had an erosion control bond, so it was accepted, you know, kind of rather than double dipping, that they would hold that portion of the bond. So let's see. Everything in my folder is not quite the way it should be. All right.
So you said this is planting?
Planting and monitoring. So it would not be typical for the commission to release the bond at this time. However, there has been a request, and I do think there are some unique circumstances for the commission to consider. There is some outstanding information that I think should be submitted, and we can discuss, you know, what the commission's thoughts are after I give a brief presentation. So we've got single family residential lots connecting Lamatra Lane to Gould Lane, so an extension of Lamatra Lane, private road Louisa Court with condominium type development here. So there were 3 areas that were to be planted and monitored for 5 years. There's the stormwater basin, which is to be conveyed to the town, and the private stormwater basin to be owned by the condo association for Louisa Court. And then there is so there's a conservation restriction area, and you can probably guess where it is because it's essentially where they stop mowing. So there was plantings along the eastern portion of this lot here, and it kind of wrapped around to the southern edge a little bit as well. So I have recently received the first year monitoring report for both basins and kind of an initial look for this year, confirming counts of plants and additional plants being installed, just to because there were some plants that were missing, some plants that weren't actually missing but were thought to be missing, and so they wanted to make sure their numbers remained good early on in the monitoring, so that they've planted and they now have more plants than what was required. I do not have a monitoring report for the conservation restriction area. I do know that that area was planted. I also know that it was planted approximately a year to a year and a half before the basins were planted, but I have not received any reports for those plantings. So I would recommend that the commission probably would want to see that at minimum before considering the request to reduce. I don't know if that's something the commission can make contingent upon receipt. There is some additional information about the stormwater basins that I had requested. I did get a memo. It was modified per request after discussion with the town engineering department. I also requested as-built of the basins, which I received today, but I have not had a chance to look at and have not received comments from the engineering department yet on the conservation restriction sign, or the conservation area signs. I know if they've been placed. I've not received documentation confirming that they've all been placed and that they've been placed in the appropriate spots. Let me just pull up the email to make sure I'm not forgetting anything.
Amy, this is Commissioner Bodo. What about all of that sediment that was blown into the wetland to the west from the detention basin?
There were
May I interject?
I'm not sure who's talking, but I'm just going to respond real quick that there was never any enforcement action taken in regards to that. I don't know that a landscape bond could be relevant to that in the context of how this has proceeded.
This is Commissioner Bassman. Jamie, did you say that it is not normal to return a portion of a planting bond 1 year in?
Correct. But another thing which is not normal that occurs in this instance is that there's a maintenance of wetland plantings assumes 25% replacement of original plantings. So basically they have 125% of the cost to install, or the cost of the plantings bonded, which is higher than what we normally have. Usually, we don't usually have a separate maintenance of wetland plantings line. We'll sometimes have an installation or a contingency, and that usually maxes out at 14%. So I do think the bond is higher than what it typically could be in this instance. And I think that consideration, coupled with the fact that all of the plants have been installed, I think it could be reasonable for the commission to consider reduction of the bond amount. And then the other thing is that it also includes the conservation signage. So assuming we get the confirmation that that's been completed, there's no reason to hold on to that amount. And then the seed mix, the site has been stabilized at this point. So that seems like another item that could be reasonable to consider releasing. But as I stated, the monitoring report is only for the 2 basin areas. It doesn't include the conservation restriction area. I've talked with the owner about that. He said, it's my understanding, he didn't realize that. He said he could get SLR out there to inspect it. So, you know, that's something that could be available in the near future. I also, there was reference to an earlier report or account of the plants back when the planting occurred. So I've encouraged the owner to see if he can locate that documentation to help support you know, the missing monitoring from when the plantings were installed to now. So it's an atypical it's not a typical situation where the commission would reduce the bond. But as I mentioned, the bond amounts are also not typical of what I have seen since I've started working for the commission. So at first my response was the commission's not going to consider a reduction. And then I looked at the actual itemization and I was like, well, maybe.
This is Commissioner Goklowski. Am I reading this right? This goes back to April 17th, 2015.
I'm not sure what you're reading.
Well, I'm looking at the engineer's construction costs of Gould Lane development property with the annual inspection, the one you just had up with the planning amounts, the cost of plantings.
Yeah, so the permit dates back to 2013 and the bond estimate dates back to 2015.
And when did they actually start construction? Just recently?
No.
2017, 2018.
Yeah.
This is Commissioner Begemon. It seems like, Jamie, you've outlined a whole bunch of things that we don't have information for. And it seems to me like if, you know, take all those questions, give them to the people, get answers, and then bring it back to us, and then we can consider it. That's.
Yeah, I think this is Commissioner Bassman to jump on Commissioner Begeman's comment. You know, I think we have to be real clear about why we do what we do. And in this case, as Commissioner Begeman said, there's still some outstanding stuff. And I think it would be good to have a staff report if we're going to return the bond as to the rationale that we say this is atypical and therefore we're going to return a portion of the bond.
May I interject, please?
Any other commissioner have a comment before we turn it over to the applicant here? You're on, Mike.
Good evening, Chairman Basserman and members of the commission. Just like Commissioner Bauer said over an hour ago now, it's getting late, so I'm not going to get into a long, exaggerated dissertation. But as everybody knows, my work has been completed. I've met all the obligations of my application permit that I purchased back in 2013. As I believe everybody should be aware, half of my bond is surety, half is cash. Being that everything is completed and what we're talking about that's actually completed just needs to be verified at this point because it's last minute relative to conservation markers and minusculities like that. I'm here before you tonight in a representative capacity of, you know, for Donmar Companies relative to 47 Gould Lane, seeking release for the surety portion at the very least, only because it's been so long, and just like surety, it's kind of like credit. And if the cash portion of my bond needs to remain intact until the next meeting, till you know, such things like markers and stuff like that can be verified that they are in place, which they are. I sent over the as-builts. For whatever reason, the basin as-builts weren't reviewed or whatever the case may be because it's been so long. I don't have a problem with that, but as far as the surety part of it is concerned, I'm requesting the commission to please release the surety portion at the very minimum because my work is complete. And that's why I'm before you this evening. Like I said, as far as 2013 is concerned and the approval and the regulations at that time, I have met, and just as Jamie has said, we have exceeded the planting count because at the time they weren't visible because of overgrowth, that type of thing. So we went and planted more. SLR came out, and it turns out that we actually have more plantings than we actually need. So I think that as far as this commission is concerned, I think everybody would probably agree, especially for those of you who have been here through the thick and thin of it. I've gone over and above to satisfy this commission. I believe right here, I have 11,172 linear feet of silt fence that was installed on a project that had maybe 10% of that in approval. So that being said, I'm just here seeking release of at least the surety part of my bond, just to verify the markers and that type of thing.
This is Commissioner Goklowski. How much of the bond is still remaining in cash, and how much is remaining in surety?
I don't recall off the top. Jamie would probably know, but I recall it was 50-50. 50-50, half was cash, half was surety. The surety part of it is really what I need to have released because at this point it's becoming an issue for me.
Jamie Frederick and the Wetland Agent. It is 50-50. So for a total of $71,603, $35,801.50 is cash, and same for surety.
Commissioner Goklowski, the work that's remaining to be answered to, would you say that's sufficient of the $35,000 that's being held in cash? Because also basically you're asking for proof of what he has completed to be done, and because it's the 10th, the 12th, the 11th hour. My question to you is, the $35,000 enough to cover what is remaining, and we can release the surety part of the bond? We're holding on the cash. I'd rather have cash than surety any day of the week.
Commissioner Goklowski, this is Commissioner Boda. It's not just, bonds are not just for the work, the immediate work that's done. It's also to ensure the reason why we have planting monitoring plans that are for 5 years is because plants don't always survive after year 2 or year 3. And so it's not just the initial work. And Jamie talked about a couple of things like the conservation science and the seed mix, and that may be a different story, but we don't let go of bonds after. It's not just about the work being done. It's about the application, the permit staying in the condition it was permitted for 5 years.
Commissioner Boda, Michael DeGioia, for the record, all due respect, I understand where you're coming from. However, I call your attention to the fact that this approval was from 2013. It references specifically Section 13 of the Inland Wetlands Regulations at that time. Nowhere does it call for a 5-year maintenance bond to remain in place, number one. Number two, we are talking about verifying conservation markers that have been in place before I even purchased the project. I believe they were put in place previous to the approval in 2013. There were a couple that, for whatever reason, were moved prior to construction. They have been restaked and replaced into place. That's what's in question, along with a report. I believe it's for lot number 20. I think it was about $37,000 in plugs and special wetlands plants that we put in place. Jamie knows they're there. I don't know why it's not in the report. We found out about this around 3 or 4 o'clock today. They're all in place. So that being said, I think that at the very minimum, this commission should at the very least consider releasing my surety portion of the bond, because I think that $37,000 in cash that's in your account can cover markers and maybe missing plants if we were to not plant anything on lot number 20. But there is nothing in the approval or section 13 that the approval references where it says that I have to have a maintenance bond in place for 5 years. Also, as an aside, I guess as a common sense thing, as far as the basin is concerned, or lot number 20, if I were to go and plant plants on somebody's lot and then have to guarantee that they survive for 5 years, am I supposed to trespass onto the town of Branford property or that homeowner's property for 5 years? I understand where you're coming from. However, the 2013 permit that I was granted, or that I purchased actually, and section 13 specifically, and your inlands and wetlands regulations does not state anything about a maintenance bond. So as such, I respectfully am just requesting at the very minimum for this meeting that the surety portion of my bond be released, because my work has been completed. I have met my obligations. And if it takes until next meeting to verify that the markers are in the correct place and that all of the plantings are in on lot number 20 off of Gould Lane, I have no problem with that. The surety portion is crucial to me at this point. That's why I appear before you tonight, respectfully.
Jamie Frederick in the wetland agent. I'm going to screen share the permit real quick. Everyone's seeing the permit.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, condition 1 is where it says plantings in the conservation areas, stormwater management, water quality basin area on the condominium property and the stormwater detention basin must be in compliance with section 1112 of the Branford Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Regulations. See excerpt below. So if I jump down to that, it says 1112, if compensation is proposed or required as a condition of approval, a management plan is required that must include but is not limited to the following criteria. A bond in accordance with section 13 shall be posted for a period of no less than 5 years. Report intervals of 6 months, 1 year, and thereafter annually for a period of no less than 5 years must be submitted by a qualified ecologist or wetland scientist, documenting an 85% or better survival rate of planted wetland vegetation, monitoring and control of invasives, approved erosion control and sedimentation measures, or any other activity as specified in the management practices as defined in section 2.1C of the regulations. And I'm going to jump back to the bond. Whoops, that's not the bond. So we've got a line item specifically for the annual inspections, 5 years. So like I said, we received the first report last year, so there's 4 more years. We've not received a report for the conservation restriction area. However, I think assuming it comes back positive, and knowing that those plantings were planted previous to the basins and acknowledging some of the issues we received with initial monitoring reports, I think it would be fair for the commission to consider keeping that in line with the basin monitoring. But again, that's contingent upon that being positive. Somewhat unique is the maintenance of wetland plantings, assuming 25 replacement of original plantings, the conservation signage, and then the individual plant materials and seed mix. So, I mean, it's pretty clear that at least a portion of this bond was intended to be kept during the duration of the monitoring. It has been the commission's general practice to hold on to the full planting bond amount for the 5 years of monitoring. This has been an ongoing discussion and hot topic, if you will, with developers in town. I have kind of been suggesting to developers that maybe after the 3rd year of monitoring, if they've been submitting their monitoring reports on time and that they're positive, the commission might consider you know, it might be appropriate to approach the commission about a fee reduction. I do not believe that that has been a thing that the commission has done yet. Granted, I do think that after a certain amount of monitoring, that is a reasonable thing if we have had successful reports. That being said, there's only the 1 year of monitoring and an initial report for the second year of monitoring. There's certainly been documentation of proactive responses to that monitoring. So that's kind of, I guess, a general overview of where I'm at in this review. I have not looked at the as-built for the basins because I just received it this today. And I received the monitoring reports at the end of March. And so I didn't have the time to properly review them until this week. But obviously that the conservation restriction area wasn't included, I shared that information with the property owner or the permit holder.
Again, Michael DeGioia, Donmar Development for the record. So just to clarify one thing, regardless of the fact I understand that Jamie was just made aware that the basins were as-builted. She's also in receipt of a letter from SLR stating that they are built and designed as intended as far as capacity, etc. Everything is signed and sealed. And again, I will call your attention to the fact that everything is completed and there is a substantial cash bond still in place to verify review of as-builts for a pond that's already certified by licensed engineer, and plantings that are already in place. I believe I think the number is 131% of the required plantings in place because they couldn't find them because there was overgrowth of weeds, etc. And again, I will call your attention to, I understand that the new regulation says that there's a maintenance bond required. In 2013, that was not the case. I have section 13 right in front of me, along with the approval letter. Nowhere does it say that I have to have my entire bond in place for 5 years. Again, I am here before you this evening to request a release of my surety portion of the bond at this point. That's what I'm looking for. Respectfully.
Commissioner Bassman, regardless of the fact that the regulations don't state it clearly, the permit requires it. I guess my head is if anything were to be returned, the only thing I could see getting returned at this point is the seed mix, the conservation signage, and $1,000 of the annual inspection. And anything else I would say, based on Jamie's comment, that we need the plantings to remain for the full 5 years. It's only been 1 year. And so I'm not really looking to return anything in that area. But that's
respectfully, that's not what the approval says. It doesn't make any reference to a maintenance bond.
The permit that Jamie posted showed specifically.
It doesn't.
Where did it say that?
It doesn't specifically state maintenance bond, but under section 11.12, reference for condition of approval number 1 above, it states a bond in accordance with section 13 shall be posted for a period of no less than 5 years.
Okay, my bond has been in place for at least 5 years. I started in 2017, and if you look at section 13, it says it's either got to be cash or surety, or a cashier's check. It says nothing about maintenance bond.
It then goes into monitoring requirements, though. So, in my mind, and based on the past practice of the commission, the 5 years is relating to the monitoring.
So out of curiosity, you mean to tell me that I need to leave my bond in place? I sell a house to somebody, they can go and mow all of these obscenely expensive plants and plugs and grasses that I have to put in place, mow them all down, and then I'm responsible for them on their property. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Alternatively,
How can they, that's not what this says.
Alternatively, as part of selling the property, you could make them post the bond. I mean, that's essentially what happened with this property when you purchased it. The previous property owner had a bond in place. When they sold it to you, you posted a bond and they received their bond back.
That's not how this reads, though. That's not what this says.
I will.
My work is completed, and I understand that we have to have an 85% survivability rate for plants. And like I said, even though it doesn't say that, as a gesture of good faith, I am willing to leave my cash portion of the bond in place until we can work something out. I am asking for the surety part of it to be released. That's it. So that you can verify that the wetlands markers are in place where they say they are on the as-built, which they are. That's it. And if a few plants die, you have $38,000 in cash from me. Aside from the planning and zoning bond, that's all I'm asking for. This doesn't say that I need to have the entire wetlands bond in place for 5 years. It doesn't say that here. I understand that's the regulation now. This is from 2013. This is how I purchased this approval, and that's what we're going by. Respectfully.
Jamie Frederick and the Wetland Agent. I mean, that's what I have for comments for the commission. Ultimately, it is the commission's decision.
Everything is done. You're still gonna have $38,000 in cash from me. I just want my surety released. I mean, I feel like I have gone over and above what this commission has asked. Nowhere have I ever, we topsoiled and hydroseeded the entire site. I know it was a tough site. I have done everything that this commission has asked for me. I just want my surety released. You want to hold on to my cash until you're satisfied? No problem. Surety is a different issue. For conservation markers, we're going to hold the entire thing. That doesn't make any sense. That's not reasonable. Respectfully, Chairman Basserman.
Jamie, is that what we normally do? We hold it for the duration?
So, Jamie Frederick and the Wetland Agent. So, generally speaking with bonds, there's kind of two general different types of bonds, right? So there's the erosion control bonds, which are for the maintenance of erosion control. So at this point, say, there was an erosion control portion of this bond, I would certainly say it's appropriate to release it. We don't hold erosion control bonds beyond the site being stabilized and the bondholder requesting their return of funds, unless there's a condition that we have to have the as-built or something. So, once we have that information, it would be appropriate to release the bond. As far as I'm aware from any previous experience, even dating back to these older permits from 2013, and yes, my experience is somewhat limited, but I mean, we still have bonds on file from before 2013 for monitoring of wetland creation areas. The bond for the planting material has been held for the duration of the monitoring period. Now, I'm personally going to acknowledge that I do see merit in reducing the bond amount at a certain point. I'm not saying that 1 year, 1.5 years is that appropriate point. Before the end of the 5 years, if we've been receiving the reports on a timely basis, they've been positive, any maintenance or suggestions outlined in the report are implemented in a timely fashion, I think that's a great way of working with a permit holder and trying to encourage them to do things timely and in compliance with their permit. And because once you get to year 3, if you've been doing all of those things successfully, you shouldn't have too much of an issue. The one outlier for this particular situation that I think is worth the commission considering is the fact that there is that 25% replacement line item, which we normally do not have. And that is $13,121. So it's not small change. So given that all of the plantings have been installed, additional plantings have been replaced to the point where they now have theoretically more plantings than I say theoretically because we don't have the numbers for the conservation restriction area. So for the basins, they have more plantings than what the permit required. I do think that there is some specific details of this bond estimate that could be considered relative to this request. And kind of to the point that Commissioner Boda was making before, we do not design applications. We do not design bond estimates. We request the bond estimate and we review it. So not all bond estimates are created equal. It's based on what the applicant puts forth. So the 25% replacement, it's not a requirement of the permit. It's not a requirement of our standard practice. I think there's room to potentially provide some flexibility there. That being said, I don't know how the commission feels about moving forward without the documentation. If it's something the commission is okay with doing contingent upon review and receipt of, or if it's something you want to wait until you have that documentation or review yourself.
This is Commissioner McLeod.
Jamie, documentation of what?
For one, the monitoring of the plantings in the conservation restriction area, confirming that the counts are still appropriate. Confirmation of the conservation restriction signs, which I understand is very simple. And that in particular, that one is one that I think would be reasonable for the commission to consider deferring to staff review because it's a simple yes or no. And review of the basin as built information.
So this is Commissioner Boda. Why don't
we certified the basin as built?
So I'm going to make a suggestion. Why don't we, that 25%, it's a weird one. Like Jamie said, we don't make these. They are submitted with the application. It's a weird little blip that's in this one. And then that the signage, once, you know, it's been confirmed with Jamie, and then that seed mix, why don't we release that back and do that with the surety portion?
Which would be 27,284.
I didn't add it up, but 13. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Is that the entirety of the surety? I don't even recall at this point what's on file.
So the itemization or the total of the itemization that Commissioner Boda just identified would be 27,284. The surety is $35,801.50.
And out of curiosity, why can't we release all of the surety? The balance of that can't be to verify that markers are in place.
I'm trying to give you a win, and we've just showed you. Jamie just went over with you the permit the permit that was granted. It is unusual for us to release anything in the first year. We're trying to help you out. So, can you take your win?
I understand what you're saying, but I guess what I'm not understanding is it doesn't say that in the approval letter. It doesn't say that.
So I don't know how else to explain it to you. It's part of the permit. It says it in the permit. Jamie pulled it up in the permit. You can interpret it differently. That is your prerogative as a reader. Mm-hmm. But as the commission, we have the say of how to interpret the language that's in front of us.
Yep.
So that is part of the role of the commission. You don't have to agree with it. That's fine. But I'm trying to help you out here. And so that's my recommendation.
Okay.
And I don't even know that the rest of the commission is going to agree. So
This is Commissioner Wasserman. I guess Mr. DeJoy, that the rationale that Commissioner Boda came up with is something that we can stand behind because it's got some logic and some basis in what made this particular application unique with the 25% item in that first couple lines. Beyond that, it gets down to why would we release anything in the first year? So it sounds like it's 27,000, whatever it is, or nothing.
Okay.
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. I don't know that the bondholder would be interested in this. But if the bondholder wanted to convert the difference of what remained of the surety to cash so that he could get rid of the surety in its entirety, would the commission have any opposition to that? Not requiring it, but giving him the option.
it doesn't matter to me. This is Commissioner Boda. So do we need a motion to release part of that bond?
Would think.
Yes.
All right. Hold on. I need the number.
So that I understand this correctly, that means that for 5 years, the remainder of my bond has to stay in place in order to make sure that plantings survive.
Yes, sir.
Is that how I understand this?
Yes, sir.
So again, I appreciate what you're saying. Again, it's late. I'm not trying to be wise or anything like that. For instance, the basin is going to get turned over to the town of Branford. The basin on Louisa Court has been turned over to the HOA. On lot number 20, the missing report for that conservation area, it's my responsibility to now ensure that those plantings survive and that the town of Branford doesn't come into the pond and mow down these obscenely expensive plants and plugs, or I don't get my bond back. I have to trespass on the town of Branford, the owner of lot number 20, and the HOA's property. That's how I understand this.
Nobody here, I don't think, is a land use attorney. And so when you are in the process of selling and doing, typically on large parcels where there's homeowner associations, that's something that you would put into the HOA agreement. That goes into the landscaping stuff. I don't know what you've done, and really that's not our purview. Like that's what between you and your attorneys and your real estate people. Like our job is very specifically inland wetlands and water courses, and the decisions that we make come from guidance from the Connecticut State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, as well as UConn, and their programs that give us guidance on what is best practice. They tell us best practice is science. This isn't politics or legalese. That's what they tell us. That's what's been in our regs. So how you manage that is going to be between you and some other professional. That's not us.
Okay. Understood.
That being said, I will make a motion that for inland wetland 13.06.03 47 Gould Lane, that the surety portion of the bond, including 13,121 for the 25% replacement of original plantings, as long as verification of the conservation signage is provided to staff, that the $1,000 conservation signage and the $13,163 for the seed mix are returned to the property owner. And
I'll second that.
and if I'm going to add one more, and if the property owner wishes to convert the remaining assurity to cash, he can do that through collaboration with town staff.
Commissioner Begman, did you say that it would be surety? I mean, I know you just said that little part, but.
Yeah, I did, right? Did I say surety to start with? I think so.
Okay, great.
Katie, did I say assurity or surety?
You sure did.
You sure did.
It's 11 o'clock, man. I think the chair seconded.
I think that concludes 130603.
We have to vote.
You got to vote.
Oh, you gotta vote. See, you're right. Okay, Commissioner Gokowski,
Commissioner Goklowski, aye.
Commissioner Begeman,
Commissioner Begman, aye.
Commissioner Panaro,
Commissioner Finaro, aye.
Commissioner Papatonis,
Commissioner Papantonis, nay.
Commissioner Armrod,
Commissioner Ormrod, aye.
Commissioner Boda,
Commissioner Boda, aye.
Commissioner Basserman, aye. That concludes 130603. Next up is the public hearing. However, there'll be no discussion because it's tabled until our April 25th meeting. We have two applications for receipt. Inland Wetland 240401, 20206 North Main Street, new service building for Premier Kia.
Based on our new practice, it is just for receipt. I am gonna.
And are we fortunate to not have a presentation this evening?
Nope, we're good. No presentation. For the next one though, I will request we briefly discuss it.
Inland Wetland 240402, 91 Standard Avenue, a raised garden bed.
So, I want the commission to review this one because they submitted an application per my guidance, but I'm not really sure if it's application material or as of right material, and I don't want to hold them up on their project if the commission thinks it's
Sounds like an agent approval if it's anything.
So, quickly share a site plan. This site might sound familiar to some of the commissioners because they recently did some additions on the property. So the house now has a garage addition on one side and an additional addition on the other side. They installed stormwater management for the increase in roof area. And they've modified the deck slightly on the back of the house. So there is a drainage easement to the rear of the deck, and there's these two wetland areas. This wetland area and this wetland area are lawn. And they're proposing to put the raised garden bed directly to the rear of the drainage easement. They cannot put it in the drainage easement, so they are somewhat restricted with where they can put it. This portion of the site is pretty wooded and shaded, so it's not ideal for a vegetable garden. Here you can see the silt fence, which is not in great shape, but the lawn is established. So you can see, if you look closely, two blue flags and two pink flags. That's where the proposed great garden bed is. And you can kind of see the wetland is a lawn. So it's very close to the wetland, but it is a maintained lawn wetland area. And it's pretty minimal disturbance. The raised garden bed kind of put it in a different level for me than if they were just planting in the ground. And then I just want to bring to the commission's attention, particularly since I'm not sure how familiar everyone is, section 4.1 of the A of the regulations, which is directly in response to the state statute. Following operations and uses shall be permitted in inland wetlands and watercourses as of right, meaning not needing a permit. The agency shall make a determination as to whether their proposed activity meets the definition that it is as of right or is regulated activity. A is grazing, farming, nurseries, gardening, and harvesting of crops and creation of farm ponds of 3 acres or less, blah, 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 blah. So I mean, it is gardening, but it is also the construction of a raised garden bed. And I I didn't know, so I am open to any feedback.
This is Commissioner Boda. I'm sticking with agent approval.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, the agent approval would say that it's not a right though, correct?
Right. So you're saying that it requires a permit, but that it's fairly de minimis. And to that point, I did have them submit the de minimis application fee.
Yeah. Because I can't imagine how many raised garden beds out there that if we make it as of right, Lord knows what might be the consequence of that.
Yeah, and in addition to, so this might be where, they did mention that they might do some native, so they want to do vegetable garden in the raised bed and some native plantings, and some native plantings might go in the immediate area around the garden bed.
Away from the wetland?
Native plantings in a wetland is great. Better than grass.
That part, can we call that part?
Yeah.
As of right?
Absolutely.
Right.
As of right? Okay.
Yeah.
Because I can't do anything in the wetland.
Right.
All right. So agent approval and as of right native plantings as submitted and approved by the agent outside of the garden bed.
Yes.
Sounds good.
Right. Thank you very much for taking the time to review that. We did have the applicants stay on the call with us.
You got my sympathies, I'll tell you.
I'm sure they're appreciative of your response.
Anything, did you want to hit us with the agent review at 11:05?
Those are outstanding, still the same story as last time. I just put
Okay.
it on there so that you guys are aware that they're still ongoing.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
Good night. Okay, well, 11:05, what are you gonna do? Good night.
Night, everyone.
Good night.
This program was brought to you in part through the support of the Town of Branford. Watch town meetings and other videos on demand at BranfordTV.org.